James slid his fingers down my waist and tucked them into my back pocket, bending over to kiss me on the cheek. We stood like that, in our freshly manicured front lawn, watching the movers carry our furniture up the front steps and into our new home. In our old apartment, on the outskirts of the city, that furniture had felt large and compact, like a can of sardines. It was difficult to even maneuver to the fridge and back. Here, in the suburbs, where every house was a cream-colored, cookie-cutter copy of each other, it would feel like dollhouse decor. I took James by the wrist, removing his hand from my backside and giving him a coy smile. Our honeymoon phase hadn't really ever ended. Not since we started dating, and definitely not since our wedding. I didn't think it ever would. "Is this too much?" I asked, resting my head on his shoulder. "It'll feel so empty with just the two of us." "For now," he muttered, and I could feel him smiling. We had never even really discussed starting a family, just because it felt so implied. We could always just read each other's minds like that. I knew he wanted kids as soon as possible, but I also knew he knew I wanted to wait a little longer, and he respected that. It was inevitable, but not a priority. I looked around. I always found neighborhoods like this one a little creepy. They felt simulated and devoid of actual life. But not this one. Somehow, even though the houses were the same, they each felt different. The home to our left appeared empty, with a colorful "for sale" sign on the lawn, but the one to our right was lively. The windows were adorned with bright pink flowers overflowing from their pots, and the yard was sprinkled with children's toys. Even now, there were kids outside. A young boy who appeared around 12 years of age, pushing a younger girl on a yellow swing set. Their laughter filled the air. "Hello," a cheerful voice called, and I turned to see a woman marching towards us, with a gleaming smile on her face. She was beautiful and young, maybe around my age, with blonde hair tied up in a pristine ponytail. Her pants fit her perfectly, accentuating her feminine curves, and her blouse was bunched up around her pregnant stomach. I felt myself subconsciously cross my arms, insecure. "Hello," my husband replied, bringing me out of my daze. I realized the woman was holding a dish wrapped in tinfoil and steaming. "You're the new neighbors, I presume?" she asked, her smile only brightening, revealing her perfectly white teeth. "Yes," I said, not wanting her to think I was rude. "I'm Adeline. This is James. We're so excited. This is such a lovely neighborhood." "As are we. My husband and I were so pleased to hear a young couple were moving in. It really is the perfect place to raise a family," she said knowingly, glancing at her children and then back at us. "Oh, we don't have kids," I said, a nervous laugh bubbling up in my throat. "Oh," she exclaimed. Her smile seemed to falter, but almost as if it were a glitch. It was so brief. She held out the dish in her hands. "Tuna casserole." James took it from her, peeling back some of the foil and taking a whiff. "Smells delicious." "We never caught your name," I said, leaning into my husband's side. "You are—" The woman opened her mouth, but no words came out. I waited for her to answer. "Honey," a gruff voice called from the neighbor's doorway. It seemed almost unnaturally loud, not as if he was yelling, but like his voice was amplified somehow. The woman smiled at us again apologetically. "I must be going," she said, resting her hands on her stomach. "We will have to get together sometime." James and I only had the time to nod before she was turning away, walking quickly back towards who I assumed must be her husband. I saw something move on the second floor of their house, baby blue curtains parting. I looked up and met the eyes of two more children. They appeared to be twin girls, maybe 4 or 5. One of them waved, the other just stared. Embarrassingly enough, we didn't get to eat the casserole until several days later. Those days were full of hauling heavy boxes from our car and putting everything where it belonged, and my ears still rung with the sound of drills as I took the baking dish out of the freezer to thaw. "It'll be nice to eat something other than takeout," James said, sitting at our kitchen table and resting his head in his hands. "Yeah," I replied, "but I'm not sure how I feel about day-old tuna." I walked over, nudging him with my hip. He pulled out his chair, guiding me down on his lap and wrapping his arms around my waist. There was so much excitement in the air as we had set up our new home, but I felt like we hadn't had any time to settle in yet. I had barely been alone with him in any meaningful way. It was the first time since our wedding day that we hadn't been all over each other. He pressed his mouth against my collarbone, training his lips up my neck and to my ear. I felt a giggle rise in my chest, running my fingers through his slightly oily hair. "When's the last time you showered?" I teased, and I felt him laugh against my skin. "I was waiting for you, my love." I smiled. "You're disgusting." "We'd better hurry up and eat then." The oven dinged, letting me know it was preheated. It took everything in me to get up, off of James. Right as my fingers wrapped around the handle, my other hand reaching for the casserole, I heard something. I froze, tilting my head towards the window. The night was warm and still. I could see warm yellow light glowing in the neighbors' windows. A perfect caricature. "Did you hear that?" My husband didn't seem to be paying attention, fiddling with a loose leg of his chair. "What do you mean?" I thought I heard something." Before I could dismiss it as delusion, it came again. It was a sound like a cat with its tail being stomped on, a faint yet blood-curdling screech. I looked closer at the house, but nothing seemed amiss. There was an even louder moaning sound, and then another scream, far clearer this time. "What was that?" James asked, now standing. I shook my head. "I have no idea. Maybe the neighbors are watching a movie?" A crash, and another scream. Something moved in one of the windows, and then the curtains were yanked shut. Should I go and check? I can do it. My husband shifted nervously. I shook my head. He would do it, but I knew he didn't want to. He had always been skittish, especially at night. I'll go. I grabbed an oven mitt and tossed it at him. It hit his chest and fell to the kitchen floor. Put in the casserole. I'll be right back. The night felt even more quiet when I stepped outside, almost eerily so. The air felt so heavy and still, like I was standing inside of a painting of a street. My footsteps echoed against the pavement, and I tensed each time another scream rang out from the house. What the hell? I muttered, half out of curiosity, and half just to hear a human voice. I knocked on the front door 3 times, wiping my sweaty palms on my jeans. I was already starting to regret coming over here, feeling silly for disturbing their night if it really was nothing. Even their porch was pristine. The white paint looked fresh, and even the dolls and toy cars strewn across the railing looked organized. I heard footsteps, and the front door opened a crack. I caught a glimpse of a man's face, his jaw square and dusted with stubble. "Good evening, Adeline," he greeted me. "Hi," I said, my voice coming out far softer than I meant for it to. Good evening. I thought I heard something. Is everything okay?" He hesitated, then smiled. It looked a little forced. He opened the door wider, and I had to stop myself from flinching. His white button-down was stained with flecks of blood, bright red and fresh. There was a child clinging to his pant leg, a little boy that I didn't recognize. "Everything is all right," he told me, tussling the boy's hair absent-mindedly. "My wife is just going into labor." "Oh!" I exclaimed, blinking at him in shock. He seemed incredibly calm, considering the circumstances. "Should we call someone? An ambulance?" "No," he said quickly, his smile fading the tiniest bit. "No, that's quite all right. Thank you for your concern. This isn't her first rodeo, so to speak." He chuckled stiffly. "Oh, okay. Well, tell her congratulations." "Will do." He seemed to look me up and down, and a shiver creeped up my spine. "Well, have a lovely night. And we're so happy you moved in." He went to close the door on me, turning away. But at the last second, the little boy shoved his hand through the crack. A piece of notebook paper fluttered to the slats of the porch, and the door closed with a sharp click. I picked up the piece of paper, somewhat stunned, as another scream ricocheted inside my head. I unfolded it slowly, holding it under the porch light and squinting to make out what the shaky scratches of red crayon read. "Mummy makes lots of babies." It was only a week later that I got a call on the house phone. I was in the bath and I ran to the kitchen, a towel wrapped around my waist and my hair dripping warm water down my back. "Hello," I said into the receiver, clutching the phone with both hands. Somehow, I already knew who it would be.
"Hello, Adeline."
Her voice was just as cheerful as it had been the first day we'd moved in, like a jingling bell hanging from the door of a shop.
"How are you, dear?"
"I'm fine," I replied, my eyebrows cinching into an involuntary frown. "How are you? How's the baby?"
"What?"
She sounded genuinely confused, but only for a second.
"Oh, the baby is just fine. Such a miracle of life, isn't it?"
"Yeah, such a miracle. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you."
"Yes. So, listen. I was hoping you and your husband would come by tonight for a little dinner party. I made tuna casserole. Please say you will."
I swallowed. Something about her was beginning to unnerve me. Something about how perky she was only days after labor. But I still didn't want to be rude. And it wasn't like I didn't like her. I didn't want to pass up any friends, especially when they lived just next door. Of course," I said, hoping she could hear my polite smile. "We'll be there." I clutched my Tupperware of cookies tightly to my chest as James guided me up the front steps. I prayed they wouldn't be able to tell that they were store-bought, although I was sure they wouldn't say anything even if they did. James knocked on the door, then tutted and picked at some chipped white paint next to the peephole. Looks like they need a new paint job out here. Maybe I should offer." "Babe, that's rude," I told him, a strange feeling twisting in my stomach. Something was off, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Our neighbor threw open the door, beaming at us. She was wearing a pink flowery dress and a white apron. "I'm so glad you could make it. Come on in, come on in. Everyone's waiting in the dining room." I couldn't help but stare at her stomach, which seemed almost as large as it had been the day we'd met. I glanced at my husband, but he didn't seem to have noticed anything, and only smiled at me reassuringly. Admittedly, I didn't know as much as I could about childbirth, but I knew your stomach stayed large for at least a few days. Surely her body just hadn't recovered yet. Their dining room was larger than ours, or maybe that was just the way it was decorated. It was minimal. The only personal items I could see were more toys. At their long dining table there were 6 places set. A little girl sat at one of them, quietly playing with a Barbie doll, and a teenager sat next to her, scowling at us. I didn't recognize either of them. This couple seemed so young. How could they have a teenager already? Some people started early, I guess. I had assumed dinner party meant there would be more people, but I felt guilty for assuming that. They were so eager to spend time with us. Maybe they just didn't have many other friends, especially with so many children running around. Across from the kids sat her husband, grinning at us. I blinked. He didn't look how I remembered him. Hadn't her husband been a brunette? This man's hair was a lighter brown, almost a dirty blonde, and his face seemed softer. It must have just been the lighting, I told myself. Surely in the dark his features had just looked bleak and more severe. The woman immediately started bustling around in the kitchen, and James and I took our seats. I stared at the glass of wine already set out in front of me, the dark red liquid reminding me suddenly of that night, of the blood splattered across the man's shirt. James began chatting up the husband, but I couldn't bring myself to keep up. I just stared into the glass, swirling the wine around, watching it lap up against the rim. It was so dark, almost black. We didn't even know these people's names. Were we so rude that we had never asked? Was that a bug? I dipped my finger into my wine and fished out a small fly, still buzzing desperately. Looking around quickly, I flicked it off my finger into the ground, not wanting to embarrass our hosts. "Such a lovely home," James was saying, and I smiled and nodded as if I had been listening. "Yes," I butt in, and then hesitated. "Forgive me, but I've forgotten your name." The man's grin didn't falter.
"Joseph,"
he said happily.
"No need to apologize. I'm Joseph."
"And your wife?"
"Dinner is served,"
the woman called, interrupting me. She wielded a large dish which gave off a faint fishy aroma, setting it down with a flourish in the center of the table.
"Thank goodness, honey. I'm starving."
Joseph tucked his napkin into his shirt and picked up his fork and knife, clutching them in both hands cartoonishly. I looked at James, searching for any semblance of confusion. I found none, only a polite smile.
"This is the children's favorite dish,"
she told us, taking my husband's plate. "How many kids do you have?"
"Here you are, love,"
she said, scooping a helping of casserole onto his plate and reaching over me to set it down in front of him. As she leaned over me, I caught a glimpse of her face. Her skin seemed to glisten around her eyes, like it was wet.
"Growing boys need to eat."
James chuckled nervously, the first hint I'd gotten of anything amiss.
"That's what I keep telling Adeline."
Joseph laughed uproariously, pounding his fists on the table. I caught the teenager jump, and the little girl set down her Barbie. But I couldn't decipher the expression on either of their faces.
"A man after my own heart,"
he cried, and he didn't stop laughing.
"What did you bring us?"
the woman asked after a moment, nodding at the Tupperware, having to raise her voice to be heard over her husband's laughter. I swallowed. "Chocolate chip cookies."
"Lovely."
I gazed down at the food she'd put out in front of me. It smelled even fishier up close, nothing like the first one she'd given us. I picked up my fork, picking at a flaky corner. A fishbone stuck to the prongs, long and slender and sharp.
"I hope you'll eat it all,"
the woman said to me, leaning over so close her blonde curls tumbled onto my shoulder. She smelled of perfume and faintly of fish. Now that she was close to me, I could see clearly that her face was, in fact, wet.
"You simply must get used to eating for two."
After that dinner, it wasn't that I was avoiding them, but I didn't make much of an effort to get any closer. I felt deeply uncomfortable, in a way that I didn't quite like to think about. Even so, I told myself it wasn't them. We just had gotten busy. James had started his new job in the city, starting construction on a new shopping mall, and I had a big interview coming up. I simply didn't have much time to think about our neighbors. Not that they didn't make it difficult not to. Neither of us got much sleep anymore. The sound of a crying baby kept us up and made us restless. They baffled me during the day too. One Monday, before James had gotten home, I noticed a man out in their yard, playing with a few of the children. He was chasing them around the swings, around and around, and they were shrieking with glee. My curiosity got the better of me. Was this an uncle? A babysitter? I knew little to nothing about this family, and I figured that was what was unnerving me so much. Maybe if I knew more, I would feel comfortable living next to them. Before I could stop myself, I walked out, watched them play for another moment before speaking. "Hi," I called out, and all four of them turned to face me. "Hello, I'm Adeline. I live next door. Sorry to be nosy, I was just wondering, how are you related to the family?" The man smiled at me just like the rest of them, widely. Up close he looked even older, maybe in his 40s. He must be a relative of some sort.
Don't be sorry, Adeline. I'm their son. We've been so happy that you moved in.
After that, I put even more distance between myself and the neighbors. I was sure there was a logical explanation for all of this, but if I thought too hard about it, I felt like my brain would explode. A couple of nights later, James had had enough.
"That's it,"
he muttered against my shoulder, squeezing me from behind.
"I'm going over there."
I groaned, rolling over and pressing our noses together. Even with my eyes crossed, I could see his dark circles, and his hair stuck up wildly from tossing and turning. Don't, honey," I whispered, my voice raspy. "It's okay. It's not their fault."
"Surely they can do something,"
he argued, gently running his fingers through my hair despite his abrasive tone.
"Jesus, it's almost louder with the windows closed. How many babies do they have over there anyways?"
I paused and thought about his question, and I listened. I hadn't realized, but he was right. The crying didn't sound like one infant. It sounded like a whole chorus. "I can do it if you want," I muttered, but he shook his head.
No. It's okay. I'll go. You went last time."
He pulled back the covers and got to his feet, reaching for his pants next to the bedside table. I sat up and watched him get dressed. And once he had kissed me and walked downstairs, I stood up to peer blearily through the bedroom window. It was raining that night, the first rain we'd seen since moving in. It made the neighbor's house look much older than it was, almost like a haunted house. In the darkness and the storm, it almost looked dilapidated. I watched my husband tread through the mud, smiling at how goofy he looked carrying our purple umbrella. I watched him march up the front steps, shaking the water off of himself and knocking on the front door. I remember it so vividly. It wasn't a dream. I remember him knocking, and then, so quickly it was unnatural, the front door opened. I didn't see who was behind it, but I saw a bright flash of light and heard a deafening gunshot. And my husband fell to the porch. His chest was eviscerated. Blood and guts spewed out onto the wood. My husband's warm body still twitching. I remember staring, shaking in complete shock. I remember seeing curtains parting from the corner of my eye, but I couldn't pull my eyes away from his body. I remember everything going black, like static taking over my vision and falling. I was surrounded by red meat and blood, and a sticky white substance. I was naked and wet, and I couldn't move. All my limbs were cramped up against my body. I felt a pull, pulling me, sucking me down into the redness and the darkness. I heard a woman's voice muffled and distant, screaming and sobbing.
No, I don't want to. Please, I don't want any more.
I saw a bright light, and I woke up in my bed, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. My husband sat up next to me, woken no doubt by my violent cries. He pulled me against my chest, stroking my hair, but I wouldn't stop shaking. It's okay. Just a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. I saw it. I had seen him die. It had been so real, so vivid. I was still mourning, still in shock, curled up in his lap. It couldn't have been a dream. She brought me a pie the next day, the wife. James had stayed home from work to console me, deeply alarmed by my reaction to what he thought was just a bad dream. He offered to get the door, but I didn't want him to. I didn't want him anywhere near a front door ever again. I turned the knob with shaking hands. And there she stood, her hair tied up in a messy ponytail, clutching a pie tin in front of her. She was still pregnant. She held it out to me, her smile gleaming and wide, but her eyes apologetic.
I wanted to apologize for the noise,
she said cheerfully, tilting her head.
I hope it hasn't kept you up. It's just so difficult sometimes with newborns. You of all people would understand.
I don't have kids, I said bluntly, eyeing the pie. It must have been cherry. It was so red. So red. Remember? She blinked at me.
Oh, yes, of course.
She held out the pie, pushing it into my hands.
Please, take it.
I cautiously took it from her. It was so red inside, like the red from my dream, like my husband's guts. When I looked back, she was still smiling, but there were tears streaming down her face and dripping off of her chin. I stared at her blankly. Are you okay?
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm fantastic, dear.
Without warning, she opened her arms and pulled me in, hugging me tightly. the pie tin crumbling between us.
We're so glad you moved in.
I heard a sound like water trickling, and I cringed as something wet touched my legs. I pulled back and looked down to see liquid trickling down her thighs, slightly pink and sticky. She raised her eyebrows inquisitively, then looked down at herself and seemed to blush.
Oh, my. Yes, you must excuse me.
She gave me another smile, so wide it looked like it might hurt, still weeping silently. She looked older than before.
I'm so sorry. Again, I'm so sorry.
She killed herself a couple of days later. I saw it happen. I felt an urge to look out of our bedroom window around 5 in the morning, and I saw her standing on the roof of the neighbor's house. She seemed to look at me right in the eyes before she plummeted. I ran down the stairs as quickly as I could, almost tripping and cracking my head open. When I got outside, everything looked different. The house looked different, old, like it hadn't been lived in years. The yard was overgrown, the grass swallowing up the children's toys, and the pink flowers on the windowsills were shriveled and brown. The porch was dirty and packed with things, as if only hoarders had ever resided there. The paramedics came after I called 911, and the police, and it occurred to me that it was the first time I had seen anyone other than us and the neighbors on that street. They told me it was a good thing I had called, because no one else would have. When I asked what they meant, they just looked at me blankly. "No one else lives here, ma'am," one of them told me, as if it were obvious. I stared at her body until they took her away. She looked different. She looked old. Even so, I could have sworn I saw her stomach growing. I heard them call her Jane Doe as they zipped up the black body bag. That was a few months ago. We moved back into our apartment, closer to the city, and even though it's cramped here, it feels so much more comfortable. I've been going to therapy, trying desperately to figure out if what I witnessed was real or pure insanity. My therapist seems to think it was stress. Somehow, so does my husband. As if he wasn't there. As if he didn't see what I did. He seems different. I've noticed things. Like how the mole on the back of his wrist is gone now, and how his hair grows slightly curly when it used to be so straight. I can't get the image of him that night out of my head. His body destroyed and drenched in gore. His eyes still open. I've been throwing up every morning, but I won't test. I'm terrified to confirm what I already know. Dad was drunk again. Rain swept over my windshield like waves over a beach as I drove him home from yet another bar where he'd made a fool of himself. He wasn't the drunken brawler type. No. He was a crier. He'd sit at the bar with his head on the table and just start sobbing, wailing, bringing down the whole mood of the place. Even now, he shifted between crying and sniffling while staring out the passenger window, and half-conscious states where he couldn't muster the mental coherence to even register such complex emotions. At one point, he even leaned over the center console and tried to hug me, almost making me jerk the steering wheel. "Dad, no! Christ, I'm trying to drive here!" I snapped at him. "Keep your half of the car, or I'm pulling over." Like a loyal dog, he recognized the tone of my words, even if not their meaning, and shrunk back sheepishly. Since I was in elementary school, people told me I was remarkably mature for my age. But you kind of have to be, when you're forced to act like the parent of the family. The road traveled parallel to our sole local river, the one the school kids all called the Devil's Gutter. It snaked in and out of sight behind the tree line, as if it liked to taunt every driver that passed. The damn thing was evil, I knew, but I couldn't help but feel a certain nostalgic fondness for it. It was the only thing offering any sense of danger and mystique to what would have otherwise been the least interesting small town in the country. From a glance, it seemed mild, shallow, and narrow enough to make it across with a leap. There was no way of telling that it was actually hundreds of feet deep, that the undercurrent was stronger than an Olympic swimmer could withstand, that the banks were undercut and impossible to climb back up once you were in, that the carbonated water had intricately carved networks of hundreds of channels and caves deep into the limestone. Misjudge your leap, and you'd be seized by the undercurrent, dashed against the rocks, plunged deep into some dark cave within which your body would be preserved forever, pinned to a wall or ceiling of stone like some macabre decoration. The gutter features in every folk tale and ghost story. When I was a kid, we liked to tell the tale of old Bart O'Neill, a 19th century prospector whose cat was apparently very popular with the neighborhood Toms. Every time she'd get knocked up, it was said he'd gather up the kittens into a burlap sack and toss them all into the Devil's Gutter. At least, and this was when whoever was telling the story would lower their voice to a whisper, until they found his body in his bed, shredded by hundreds of small claws. His eyes had been clawed out, his fingers bitten off like carrots, his ribcage torn open, and within his chest, the police found dozens of tiny poops. That's right. According to legend, the spectral kittens had used his chest cavity as a litter box. That was all made up, of course. The crude invention of imaginative schoolboys. But I have looked through old newspapers and found that someone named Bart O'Neill really did disappear from town a long while ago. No gory details, just up and vanished. The only oddity I noticed was that, when his cat was found still locked up in a cage in his shed a week after his disappearance, it was well fed, as if somebody had been sneaking in and caring for it. See, this is why I hate taking this road. With every glimpse of that river, my mind always wanders. Back to old memories. Terrible memories. Ones that would have been better left forgotten. It ignites a fire in me. A sort of morbid curiosity I've come to dread. Dad broke my line of thought with a long, obnoxiously loud groan. And then I was thinking of the first time I had him in my passenger seat, when I was some anxiety-ridden kid, no older than 15. Didn't even have my driver's license yet. My hands shaking late that New Year's night as I struggled to dodge all the other drunk morons swerving all over the road. New Year's was always the worst night for him. This would have been our anniversary, he would groan. It would have been our 15th. I got over what happened to Mum over a decade ago. Why couldn't he? We aren't the only people who've experienced loss, anyway. When I was growing up, the whole town mourned the death of Annabelle, captain of our high school cheerleading squad. She had tried to jump the gutter, and even cleared it, but there'd just been a lot of rain, and the muddy opposite bank gave way beneath her feet, and she went right in. Crazy thing was, 15 minutes later, they got a ping from some SOS beacon her mother made her wear. They took this as proof she'd made it out alive, but injured, and triggered a frantic search of the surrounding area, with no luck. There were rumors, however improbable, that she'd found her way into an air pocket somewhere in that limestone cave system, just close enough to the surface that just one of her desperate calls for help managed to make it through. Sometimes I picture her down there, in a kind of darkness I cannot fathom, struggling to keep her head above the water. I wonder if she knew that surrounding her, somewhere in the dark, were the corpses of those who had been pulled into those caves before her. I picture a gaunt, bleached hand brushing her ankle, as those currents carry one by. I imagine her crowded on all sides by the gaunt, empty eyes of the people who'd found their way into that air pocket before her, and never found their way out. Maybe it was for the best that she would have been in complete darkness. There my mind went again. I'd gotten another glimpse of the river, and couldn't help but imagine Anna down there, as if her eyes were looking up at me from beneath those blackened waters. I tried to turn up the radio, to take my mind off it and to drown out Dad's moaning and sobbing. But he grunted, as if the very sound offended him, and drunkenly pawed at the dashboard until he turned it back off. I already knew what he'd say tomorrow. "I've let you down," he'd say, head down like a dog caught peeing on the carpet. "I've never been the father I should have been." And it all will be very genuine, and very sincere, and very, very temporary. I've even helped pay for his rehab once. He'd been found choked half to death on his own vomit. "This is a wake-up call," he said. "I'm finally ready to be the dad you've always needed me to be." A few grand seemed like a small price to pay to have my dad back. And, indeed, for a few months of sobriety, he was the best dad on earth. The best I ever could have asked for. And then came New Year's again, and it was suddenly like none of it ever happened. My eyes glimpsed a cross set up along the gutter, a bouquet left at its base. I knew exactly who it was for. When I was in 4th grade, Bethany, a little girl who went to the same school as me, was swallowed up by the gutter. Her father was the only one who witnessed the accident, and there'd been some suspicious circumstances. I don't really remember. Something about marital issues, custody, that sort of thing. Point was, everybody suspected him. But what proof did we have? The gutter never parts with its secrets. 3 years or so later, her dad just up and vanished too.
Nobody thought much of it at first. Everyone assumed he got tired of the side eyes and just skipped town. But then, months after everyone had forgotten the whole business, someone started sending around a voicemail he'd apparently sent out at 3 in the morning, the night he disappeared. It had apparently been sent to some random co-worker from his contact list. An accident, clearly. The first minute or two just consisted of the sort of rustling you'd expect from a pocket dial, so they hadn't thought much of it. It hadn't been until their curiosity drove them to investigate deeper that they realized they could hear the dad's heavy, belabored breathing, and the sounds of twigs and leaves crackling beneath his feet, as if he were wandering through the middle of the woods. Moreover, off in the distance, they could hear another voice. The faint voice of a little girl, bubbly and giggling, like they were playing a game. "Daddy?" The voice kept crying out into the night. "Daddy, where are you?" They noticed, too, that you couldn't hear any crickets or birds or anything else you'd expect out in the forest at night. Everything was dead silent, like all the creatures of the woods sensed the presence of a predator. The dad's breathing grew heavier and more panicked whenever the voice grew louder, nearer, but it remained stifled, as if he was desperately trying to keep quiet, remain unnoticed. Eventually, she was so close that you could hear her little footsteps in the leaves, and the dad didn't even dare to breathe. And then, the sound of branches being parted, the father's gasp, and that little voice laughing and declaring in a sing-song tone, "Daddy, I found you." And at that exact moment, the voicemail reached its time limit. The cop's official line was that it was a fake, just some audio doctored up by bored teenagers to feed into the sensationalized mythology of the Devil's Gutter. But Bethany's remaining relatives swore up and down that they recognized that giggly little voice, that it was unmistakable. Lost in thought, I blinked, and somehow, in that instant, a woman appeared in the middle of the road. I can't remember the next few seconds. It was as if I'd time-traveled. One moment I was driving along, and the next I was stuck in a muddy ditch on the roadside, the hood just inches away from an oak tree, sturdy enough to have bisected my car. And Dad was screaming like a madman, incoherently at first, but then congealing into a name. "Jessica." He was screaming out for Mum, I realized. "Jessica." And as he screamed, he threw open the passenger side door and tore off into the woods with a drunken stumble. When I glanced in the rearview mirror, the woman was still standing there in the road, a vague silhouette barely illuminated by whatever moonlight broke through the storm. But when I looked back with my own eyes, she was gone. I cursed like a sailor as I took off into the storm, blindly in the direction I thought my dad had went. My heart was in my throat. We were so close to the gutter. In his state, he could so easily fall in, become just another name in its long list. Another creepy story to tell on school playgrounds. But then it became clear I was in the same danger. The storm was picking up rapidly, sideways rain blasting my eyes, wind tugging at the trees by their roots. Yet somehow, stupidly, What terrified me the most was the prospect that, while stumbling through these darkened woods, I might hear a little girl's voice off in the distance, shouting, "Daddy." Suddenly, I froze in place. I realized I could hear the bubbling and crashing of the gutter's current, even over the storm. It must be so close. I tried to look for it, but the rain seared my eyes whenever I was not covering them with an arm. I was too terrified to take a step in any direction. But the storm took action for me by sweeping away the mud beneath my feet. Anna's fate flashed in my mind, the muddy bank giving way. My death wasn't even going to be original. I thrashed and floundered, feeling the earth seem to envelop me from below like a massive creature, pulling me into its gullet. Through sheer luck, my random grabs caught purchase. A thick, sturdy tree root was all that saved me from the waters below, and I clung to it with every scrap of strength I had, even as the rain left it soaked and slippery. I managed to hold on for a while, with no way back up, but unwilling to let go of my only lifeline. And then I felt a cold hand wrap around my ankle. My body tensed with such horror that I lost my grip in an instant, and those cruel waters had me. They seemed to toy with me for a while, spinning me about under the surface as I curled up into the fetal position. The shock of the frigid cold caused me to suck down a breath instinctively, filling my lungs with water. As I scratched at my chest, my eyes opened for just a split second. On either side of me were those thick limestone walls, pockmarked with the black abysses that were caves, and that limestone led down below, far below, disappearing into that infinite, inky blackness beneath me. The experts' guesses must have been wrong. The gutter couldn't have just been a few 100 feet deep. It had to be a mile, at the very least. Just looking down into that darkness, I felt the same sense of vertigo as I'd felt looking down from the roof of the Empire State Building. That, and an overwhelming sense of things looking up at me, staring back. It reminded me of joining the theatre group as a kid, standing on a stage for the first time, and realizing that there were over 100 pairs of eyes on me, watching me, expecting a performance. Except this time, I knew they were here to watch me die, watch me become one of them, sink down far below the surface, and join them all in that darkness, never to see sunlight again, except vaguely through the surface of the water, miles above my new home. But even that didn't terrify me quite as much as the prospect of landing in one of those caves, even as the undercurrent bashed me savagely against the rocks, and my lungs cried for air. My only focus was avoiding them. I swear I could see bloated arms and grasping hands, reaching out from the dark of each cave, grasping for me as I passed by, as if each occupant was lonely, desperate for a companion in their eternal resting places. Suddenly, the current bashed my head against a rock, and from then, everything was abstract and fuzzy. I could only muster a single coherent thought. Please, not here, it went. Don't let me die here. Somehow I knew that if I died beneath these waters, my soul would never break the surface. As if to answer my prayer, a pair of arms settled around me. Not the cold, grasping claws reaching from the caves, but something warm and comfortable, embracing me, cradling me close in a way that told me everything would be okay. Again, the next few seconds were a blur. I have no explanation for how I ended up back on the shore, shivering from the freezing waters and hacking, retching, emptying the water from my lungs upon the mud. All I know is, when I looked up, a bolt of lightning briefly illuminated the stone memorial looming above me, upon which read, "In loving memory of Jessica Whittaker." I know everything about the mythology of the Devil's Gutter, because I was part of it. My family is one of the ones the school kids whisper about, the ones they make up wild stories and creepy theories about. Terminal cancer, they'd say around campfires. That was so horribly painful that not even the morphine could do anything for her. She'd been a painter, you know, always drawing portraits of the gutter. She was the only person who thought it was beautiful, not evil. So the legend goes. She begged her husband, "Please, take me to the river. Let me become part of it. I don't want to hurt anymore." They say that they did it on their anniversary, New Year's Day. I heard a long, choking rasp. For a moment I was almost relieved. I thought it was another of my father's drunken groans. Then I realized it was coming from the river itself. I turned and beheld a dozen hands reaching out over the side of the banks, unnameable things pulling themselves up from the waters. I only caught vague glimpses of the crawling, groaning creatures, briefly illuminated by the lightning. Their skins were bleached white and transparent, looking like road maps made of veins and arteries stretched taut over grey muscles and jagged ribs and putrid organs. Many were missing legs, arms, even heads. Others were more ancient still, mummified strands of flesh, seemingly loosely stitched to the crumbling remains of a skeletal structure. All seemed to be looking right at me, even though none of them had any eyes to speak of, only empty, black sockets. They were crawling forwards with horrid determination. Once the gutter had taken you into its waters, laid its claim to you, it never wanted to let you go. They were only coming to retrieve what they were owed. I tried to crawl away through the mud, but it felt like crawling in a bad dream. It felt like the very planet was turning sideways, gravity itself guiding me back towards the river. Then a figure burst through the woods, large and heavy set. My father. He stumbled into the middle of the crowd of the dead, waving his arms, trying to seize their attention. Take me, not them. Take me." He was screaming like a man possessed, but they didn't seem to even notice him. They were dead set on me, blind to the rest of the world. Then he turned to the lake, and my eyes followed his gaze to the woman from the road. Now her silhouette was standing in the middle of the river, seeming to hover a few inches above the water, her dress billowing in the wind. "Jessica, take me. Tell them to take me." He let out a primal, raw scream, one that must have torn his throat to shreds. "I don't want to hurt anymore." She calmly beckoned him with a finger, and in that moment,
He knew what he had to do. He didn't even hesitate. He went sliding down the bank, and for a moment, he seemed to stand upon those bubbling, surging waters, just like she did. His arms were stretched wide as he stumbled forward, as if ready to embrace her. And then I blinked, and they were gone. So too disappeared that legion of the dead. It seemed like they'd accepted the trade. One soul for another. The gutter always took its due. It would have been easy to tell everyone that my dad had just stumbled stupidly into the gutters during another of his drunken stupors. But I wanted people to remember his sacrifice. I weaved some tale of me falling in, and him jumping after me and hoisting me out, even at the cost of his own life. It didn't make a lot of sense, I must admit, and some people even suspected me for a while. But eventually, everyone just accepted the idea of him being a hero in his last moments, getting some redemption in the last. People like when stories get wrapped up in neat little bows. Sometimes I still dream about the two of them, floating in the center of some underwater cave chamber, yet somehow illuminated by moonlight. And the walls of the chamber are all lined with glowing pinprick white eyes, like stars in the sky. Dead, but not dead. The current still flowing about them, animating them like marionettes, spinning them around each other. My mother in my father's arms like a waltz, the way they were on their wedding day, dancing, dancing, on and on forever, before their audience of the dead. A couple of years ago, I was dating a woman named Lynn. She was deeply enthusiastic about alternative medicine. It was such a strange obsession. In every other aspect, she was insightful and critical. Hell, she was a paralegal. She just had this one blind spot that I could never figure out, and it was a big part of her life. We were together for 2 years. During that time, she had me try all kinds of strange treatments and experiences. Things like acupuncture, spirit healing, crystals, Reiki, rolfing, and even a seance. I may or may not have been asked to do ayahuasca. I went along with it because I cared deeply for her. But the cracks in our relationship had started to show. Turned out we wouldn't last in the long run. But I don't want to talk about that relationship. I want to talk about this one treatment she took me to, and how it has shaped the life I'm living today. It's a bit complicated. I'm gonna talk about step-minding. It was an early Minnesota morning, and the last session that Lynn and I would attend as a couple. We pulled into a nondescript parking lot, and Lynn led me by the hand. We'd had an insane fight that morning about something I can barely remember. I think it was the order you put in your yogurt when eating muesli. Of course you put the muesli in first, right? It's like cereal. We entered a stale waiting room. The AC must have been off for days. I could taste the air. The only other person there was a short, balding man who spoke to us in a vaguely European accent, barely looking up from his iPad. "Stevenson's?" he asked.
Overexposure is room 4.
No, that's not us, I said. We're...
Right, sorry.
He sighed.
Wrong day.
He tapped the screen a couple of times and nodded.
Step minding. Couples treatment. Still room 4.
Thank you. He wandered off, and I noticed he didn't have any shoes on. I pointed it out to Lynn, who elbowed me. She thought I was being judgmental. I just thought it was strange. I didn't want to start anything. She vehemently disagreed with my assessment, as always. We walked up to room 4. The door was already open. It was a plain windowless room with a small coffee table, surrounded by 4 basic office chairs. There was a vase with a single blue sunflower. There was a naked light bulb overhead with nothing covering it. The floor was covered in a plain grey carpet. There was a little note on the door that urged us to take off our shoes. Lynn just smiled at me, as if this explained everything. I rolled my eyes. We sat down across from one another and waited. It didn't take that long before a woman wandered in. She was in her 40s, wearing a sort of knitted white wool kaftan. She had a combed-back, flat, Elvira-looking hairdo, and covered herself in rings, chains, and bangles. She shook our hands, smiling widely.
"I'm Dr. Bogan,"
she assured us.
"But please, call me Jane."
I wasn't feeling all too confident about what we were about to do. Jane described the procedure. Step-minding was a way to connect to one another in a new way, giving a better understanding of what it's like to walk a mile in their shoes. There were a couple of rules to remember before we started. For example, once the treatment started, we couldn't get up from our chairs. If we did, we'd get horribly nauseous. Also, we had a sort of safety noise. If someone were to snap their fingers 3 times in a sequence, that'd trigger a fail-safe that brought us right back. All in all, it seemed odd, but not like nefarious. Then we began. Jane rhythmically snapped her fingers, like someone tapping their feet to a slow song. She spoke in a monotone voice, asking us to look down.
"Look at your feet,"
she said.
"Imagine the feeling of walking, the way your muscles contract and your knee bends. Think of how it makes you feel, and imagine the sound you think your body makes."
I don't remember the exact wording of what she told us next, but I remember how it made me feel. Without moving, we were supposed to imagine standing up, stepping across and through the coffee table, and sitting down in the chair of the person on the other side, our spirit passing through them, occupying the same space. We were to imagine looking at ourselves through the eyes of the other. There was a breathing exercise, following the rhythm of her finger snapping. We joined our breaths, and Jane made us focus on each part of our body, leading from our toes up to the top of our heads. She called it materializing. We kept our eyes on our feet, except, slowly, they weren't my feet anymore.
"Now, look,"
Jane said.
"Look at yourself."
I was looking down at Lynn's feet, but not through my eyes. I have a hard time describing the first sensation of step-minding. Jane's finger snapping stopped, and all of a sudden, I was looking up at, well, myself. I was sitting in Lynn's chair. I was, for all intents and purposes, experiencing the world as Lynn. I was Lynn. My hands were smaller, more delicate. I was colder, and my clothes were uncomfortable. Smell and taste felt different, and I had this gnawing hunger in the back of my stomach. My back ached, and I could feel my long hair reaching halfway down my back. I wasn't just looking at Lynn's feet. I was Lynn. I can barely remember what I did. We talked and touched each other's hands, reassuring one another that we were actually experiencing this. Lynn was repeating the same thing over and over. "That's me," she said. "I'm looking at me. You're me. I'm you." We had a long discussion. I could feel air reverberating through my throat in a strange way. I spoke with Lynn's voice, and it made my neck strain. I had to settle myself in her body, and there were so many details that just didn't click. It was so hard to focus on what was being said, when all I could think about was the way my earrings swung back and forth when I moved my head. But after about an hour, Jane snapped her fingers 3 times, and I was back in my chair in the blink of an eye. This is how I realized I was short-sighted. Lynn's vision had been perfect. I also felt bigger, heavier. Her world felt so different from mine, and while it didn't explain our disagreements, it gave me some insights into just how different we really were. I made a note to get new glasses. Still reeling from the experience, Lynn and I thanked Dr. Bogan and stepped out. We had a strange, disoriented talk in the parking lot, and broke up. It was oddly amicable, as if we both understood that we were fundamentally incompatible. That was it. No drama. Just, that's it. I thought about that day for weeks. It was so surreal. I mean, how do you go from a literal out-of-body experience and back to work on Monday morning? You can't pretend that nothing happened. I wanted to understand it. Like, really understand it. I'd been to countless nonsensical treatments with Lynn, but this one had been the real deal. There was no denying it, even though I desperately tried to. A couple of weeks later, I returned to Dr. Bogan on my own. I wanted to talk to her about it, the science behind it, how it functioned, how it performed, anything. And, of course, how had I never heard of step-minding before? I met her on a rainy Wednesday afternoon. She sat me down and had her assistant offer me a cup of coffee. She explained it as calmly as she could. It was complicated, but essentially, she explained it as something based on Raskin identity theory. The transfer of thought pattern through vocal mediation, exchanging vibrations and adapting electrical patterns in the brain. Every word sounded like nonsensical pseudoscience, but it didn't change the fact of what I had experienced. And at the end of the day, that was the only thing that really mattered. I have to see it again, I said. I need to understand this.
Funny you should say that.
She smiled.
I think we can work something out.
Jane offered me a quid pro quo. She had a couple of patients who could benefit from a step-minding session, but she needed a neutral third party to act as the recipient. I seemed to be a good fit. I was skeptical, but she had a little bonus to sweeten the deal. She'd pay me a handsome sum of cash for each session, as a kind of consultation fee. I was a bit hesitant, but I agreed. 1 week later, I sat in on a session with Jane and one of her patients. The patient had a dissociative issue and needed a step-minding session to alleviate a strange obsession she seemed to have with what sounded like a houseplant. I didn't pay too much attention. I was nervous. I couldn't figure out why. Maybe it was the thought that what I'd experienced was real, and how that would force me to change the way I viewed the world. If a thing like step-minding exists, who's to say there aren't ghosts or wizards? So, I sat down with this stranger, and Jane started snapping her fingers.
Now look,
she began.
Look at yourself.
Jane used the same words, the same sequence, the same rhythm, stepping out of my body and into another. But the difference was palpable this time. Lynn had been calm and collected, but this woman was the opposite. Sitting in her body, my pulse was higher. My legs were shaking and my breathing was shallow. I was physically exhausted, but mentally wired. Thoughts rushing 100 different ways at once, and I didn't even know why. A single second in that body, looking across the table back at myself, and I could tell that they were a troubled person. I was to sit there for a while as Jane had a discussion with the other patient. Instinctively, I stood up to leave the room, to give them privacy. But I had to sit back down. My head started spinning as all these unfamiliar muscles reacted to my input, and I couldn't get very far. Perhaps the sitting down rule was there for a good reason. I sat there, trying to calm down, while the two of them had a discussion. I was asked to put headphones on for a bit, and I didn't mind. It was hard hearing anything through my pounding pulse anyway. As the session came to an end, Jane snapped her fingers, and I was back in my chair. My heart rate was slower. I wasn't shaking. I was nervous, but compared to the other patient, I was an obelisk of relaxation. For a moment, looking across the table, I could see her taking a deep breath. She was still shaking, but not as much as when we started. Perhaps that session gave her a new perspective on things. As the patient left, I got a moment to talk to Jane alone. I explained to her that if we had wheelchairs instead, the other patient could be rolled out during the session. That'd be more effective than using headphones. She really liked that idea, and suggested we try it at the next session, which inadvertently answered my next question. There were gonna be more sessions. I worked on and off with Dr. Bogan for a couple of months. I usually did about 3 to 5 sessions per month, netting me a bonus income of about $400 per session. Jane ended up getting 2 wheelchairs and having her assistant, Jonathan, wheel me out while she had a conversation with the other patient. I grew accustomed to it, and started to enjoy the sensation. It's sort of a pleasant ego death. You feel more connected to the world. It was becoming a steady source of secondary income. Taking an afternoon off work to get paid for something that I ultimately enjoyed. Yeah, not a bad deal. Over the upcoming weeks, I got a couple more opportunities. I joined Jane on a couple of out-of-town sessions, meeting some clients she was following up on. Mostly folks who needed privacy for one reason or another. Folks with all kinds of strange afflictions. I could probably write a book about these people alone. Coming back home, Jane contacted me about doing a couple of sessions where she wasn't personally involved. I was also asked to be the guide a couple of times, seeing as how I'd step-minded so many times and could recite the guiding words by heart. The pay was more than doubled, so I agreed. I had 3 guiding sessions on my own, one with a hippie couple who wanted to experience a sort of intimacy. Let's just leave it at that. Another session with 2 brothers, performing a trust exercise. The third one was a group of college kids who wanted to debunk the whole thing. And they left sort of befuddled. All in all, things were going well. Then I got a call about being a neutral third party. I was going to perform a switch with a patient. But this time, Jane wasn't involved at all. The customer went straight to me. It was a group of people who contacted me. They described it as their dad having a disorder, and that they wanted to try step-minding to sort of reset him. They'd arranged their own guide, so they just needed me as a neutral third party. Someone who wouldn't freak out about the process, as it might take a couple of hours to get through to him. It would be my longest session yet, but the pay was good, and I'd tried a lot of things up until that point. I was ready. I met the client, Harold, at his home in southern St. Cloud. Big place, 3 floors, gated property with both a pool and a tennis court, modern architecture, and heated floor tiles. The guide for the evening was a cheery woman in her 40s. She gave off a bit of a college professor kind of vibe. Apart from the client himself, there was a group of 4 other people who seemed to be close relatives. And, of course, there was Harold himself, the man I was supposed to work with. Harold was surprisingly upbeat. I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with him, which surprised me. From what I understood, he was in dire need of this treatment. He was a man in his early 60s, but could easily pass for 50. Hell, the man had better teeth than me. I could tell he must have been a salesman at some point. You can tell by the smile. I was introduced to the others, who introduced themselves as friends and family. We hurried into the living room, where a space had been prepared. We were all seated as a group. The guide had prepared everything and offered me a reassuring smile. She took our hands, something that Jane usually didn't do.
I just want to make sure we're all feeling good about this,
she said.
We good?
We good? I nodded. We're good, Harold agreed. And with that, the session was on. The guide snapped her fingers, lowered her voice, and took us down the mental road and across the table. By then, I knew the process. The right words, with the right cadence, at the right time. I sunk back in my chair, looking at my feet, and felt the world shift. After a while, my shoes looked different. They were nicer, and my pants fit me better. Slowly, I started to feel the reality of my borrowed body. The various aches and pains, the thinning hair, the wrinkles on my cheek when I blinked. I'd aged about 30 years in a couple of minutes, and it would take some time adjusting. Looking up and seeing myself in the opposite chair, I got this anxious sting in my chest. The thought crossed my mind. What if I never returned? The guide excused herself and left. She'd done her job. The rest was up to Harold and his associates. But as soon as I heard the front door close, the air in the room shifted. Harold was sitting there, looking like me, stretching his arms. The others joined us, making a circle. One of Harold's associates, a young woman who'd introduced herself as Hope, spoke to the both of us. She could easily have been his daughter. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "Everyone okay?"
"Yeah,"
I nodded.
"You do what you gotta do."
"So this works?" Harold asked. This is it? It's done?" "It's done." Hope smiled. Harold pulled out a gun. A well-polished revolver. I was the only one who reacted, flinching at the sight of it. The others didn't seem to care. I didn't know what to do. Should I be scared? Why was no one reacting? "So we just cut the cord then," he said. "And we're good to go?"
"Wait, what are you?"
They were tricking me. They put me in that old body and had no intention of putting me back. I held up my hand and snapped my finger 2 times. But before the third snap, I had a gun pushed against the back of my head. "That won't help," Hope said. "We'll just kill you when you're you again." It's hard to describe what I felt in that moment. The fear was real, but there was also a longing to go back. Being out of your own body is like sleeping outside. You feel exposed and maladjusted. If you know it's just for a while, it's not that bad. But if there's a chance you can't go back, it becomes terrifying. Like getting lost in the woods. That's not even counting for the primal terror you feel from having a gun pointed at you. Harold seemed a bit confused, which made me realize that no one had explained the rules to him. That we couldn't get up, and that 3 snaps of a finger would cancel the effect. I got the impression that he thought this was somehow permanent. Looking at him, I could see a worry spread across his face. My face. "You said this was permanent," he said, looking at Hope. "It is, as long as you don't do 3 finger snaps." "How's that gonna work when we cut him off?" "You're gonna have to make sure you're never around someone who snaps their fingers, Harold." She smiled. "That's not too much, is it?" "Do I have to remind you that I got the tapes to put you away?" Harold snapped back. and that if anything were to happen to me, you're done." "Nothing's gonna happen, Harold." Hope chuckled. "Look, you're right there, safe and sound." She pointed at me. It was as if a light turned on in Harold's eyes. He was being double-crossed, just like me. In a desperate moment, he raised his handgun at me. I recoiled so hard that I fell out of my chair, feeling my heart skip a beat. Cold sweat spread across my arms, clinging to the thin inner fabric of Harold's expensive blazer. But there was no gunshot, just a click. His gun was empty. The click was the loudest sound I'd ever heard. I came crumbling down to the floor, feeling the effects of the first rule. Don't get up. I was immediately nauseous. I felt like a bobblehead as my head went one way and my body went another. I collapsed in a pile, trying to find the magic number of blinks to make the world stop spinning. "You'll never get past the safety checks," Harold screamed. "You'll never get the backups. It's all fingerprinted." Hope sighed. "Fingerprinted, biocoded, voice-checked. Sorry." A man raised his arm. There was no seasonal click. Instead, there was a... I looked up with my ears ringing, watching a reflection of my dead self on the other side of the coffee table. Bullet to the brain. Nothing but blank eyes looking back at me. My face didn't look dead. It just looked sort of tired, like I was sleepy. I was expecting that face to blink, but the blink never came. Blood pooled at the corner of the mouth, running down from the open wound at the temple. They pulled me up and dragged me over to Harold's workstation. They used my hand to log in. I had to do a voice recognition check as Hope's associates went through 2 laptops and a smartphone. While they did, Hope sat down across from me. My head was still swimming. "We're gonna need you," she said. "And as long as you play along, you'll be fine. But if you fuck with me..." She snapped her fingers twice. Ice filled my veins as I gripped my seat. "I can't imagine something good would happen if we tried this," she said, lowering her voice. "So, how about we just really, really pay attention? She explained it to me. I was done for. Anyone in her crew could snap their fingers 3 times and I'd be done. This also meant I couldn't perform step minding again, as you need a rhythmic finger snapping as part of the process. She explained the plan. They needed Harold alive to slowly transfer his company shares to someone else without it looking all too suspicious. They needed access to his files, both immediate and over a longer time. They explained that they needed me around to make it appear that everything was fine. In return, I'd get to live in this amazing place with whatever comforts I could ask for the rest of my days. But if I slipped up, it was so surreal, watching them wrap up my own body in black plastic. Men in tailored blazers scrubbing the floors and walls with bleach. Hope sitting across from me, rubbing her fingers together. "Where do you think you'll go?" she asked.
If I snap my fingers, where do you think you'll go?
I don't know.
I stuttered.
I don't.
Maybe you'll be fine.
She shrugged.
Maybe there's something nice and warm on the other side. Or maybe the snapping doesn't even work anymore. Wanna try?
No.
No.
She smiled.
No, you don't. You're smarter than that. And maybe you're not the gambling type.
She tapped the barrel of the gun on Harold's mahogany desk.
You can have all the parties you want. You got a big bank account.
She sighed.
But maybe be careful about inviting musical people. Those who stomp their feet or snap their fingers.
And that was that. I was left there. I had keys to a place I didn't know. A phone full of numbers I didn't recognize. I just stood there in the chlorine-smelling house of a stranger. I didn't know what to feel. Ever since I first started step-minding, I had never considered this. It was unreal. I remember looking down at my own hand, not being sure if I could snap myself out of it. What would happen? Over time, I got used to the nausea. Nowadays, it's gone. I can walk around like anyone else, but I have to avoid crowds. I can't risk hearing those 3 snaps. I watch videos with the sound off and subtitles on. I only watch movies after checking the soundtrack, making sure there's no snapping in the songs. Radio is out of the question. You never know where you might hear it. And even if you do, does it work hearing it through a TV or in a song? Would you risk it? I won't. I can't. I don't think I can ever adjust. I thought about contacting people from my old life, but I wouldn't know where to begin. How do you explain this? I have to be careful not to draw any attention to myself, or Hope and her croonies might return. And if they do, well, I don't know how far I can push my luck. I mean, I'm comfortable. Harold made close to 6 figures a month on passive income. I've learned most things about his life. He never married. He has no children. And most of his contacts are passing acquaintances at best. He was a lonely man. And now, that's me. I've changed a couple of names in this story, as to not make it too obvious who I am. Then again, even if I said it outright, I can't imagine it would matter. No one's going to believe this. How do you convince someone that you're really someone else? It just sounds schizophrenic. I spend most of my days considering my options. I thought about destroying my hearing as a safety measure. Yes, going deaf is awful, but you have no idea what it's like living with the thought that a sound that can be done at any time by anyone can kill you. It's exhausting, and you end up isolating yourself. So I'm recording this out on a fancy laptop on a mahogany desk. I'm Harold now, screaming into the void that I used to be someone else. I'm sipping on a drink from a glass with my own initials on it. And when I go to bed tonight, I will do the same thing I do every night. I will take a long look at myself. I got better vision now. Harold isn't short-sighted.
but I can't look at myself. I'm not there anymore. It's just Harold.
Don't call it a midlife crisis. A boat is a perfectly sound investment, and this was a real beauty. 36 feet of pure white fiberglass hull, with an interior flooring of varnished teak, and a closed-loop fuel system feeding 400 horses, all at once. The whole setup was running so smoothly. It was like a cat purring at you, and all amenities included, for 2 lucky lovebirds to travel in style. Sure, there was only me at the moment. Charlotte had left a while ago, taking the kids with her. Fuck her. I'd put myself out there, find someone else. I'd just work on my tan for a while first. Maybe drop a few pounds. Plenty of time for that. What I couldn't wait to do was to take my new baby out for a spin. I knew boats. We'd had one when I was a kid. Fine memories of family vacations. Sun beating down as I dried out on deck after my 3rd swim of the day. Great stuff. And I got to steer the thing too sometimes. That's how I knew this was not going to be a problem. So easy, a kid could do it. I didn't get lost exactly. I had the GPS. It told me which way was which, and how to get back home. Even though it did insist that there was an island right next to me, and there wasn't. And I had the radio. I could call for help. No worries. Since everything was obviously all good, I decided to enjoy myself. Nothing but open ocean meant perfect privacy. And maybe this was just what I needed. A little R&R. In any case, the boat was fully stocked. No time like the present to take advantage of it. I went below deck to get a Bollinger out of the fridge. I considered filling a bucket with ice and getting out a glass. But then I thought, who cares? Salt life, baby. Popping the cork, I took a big swig. Who says money can't buy happiness? Going back out on deck, I admired the view. Life was so good. Clad in nothing but my bathing shorts, I was on a beautiful boat with cool blue water lapping against the hull, and gulping down a champagne like it was nothing. Anyone out there who wouldn't want to be me right now? That's what I'd like to know. I sat down in the captain's seat, putting my feet up on the dash. I took another swig. I tapped my fingers on my leg. I got bored. This sucked. The sun was too hot. I was getting hungry too. Of course, there was plenty of food on board, but I didn't feel like cooking anything. I remembered that there was an all-day buffet back at the marina, and that realization tore it. Sitting up in the chair and tucking the still-cool bottle between my thighs, I flipped the key in the ignition. It spectacularly failed to achieve anything. I turned the key back. I flipped it again. Same result. God damn it! I swore, then glanced vaguely upwards and muttered a quick, "Sorry," while crossing myself. Old habits from Catholic school die hard, and if Sister Agnes had been here now, a busted engine would have been the least of my problems. I stood up, clasping the bottle, not knowing what to do. I was no mechanic. Were there even any tools on board? I had a sinking feeling that the only way I'd be getting my hands on a screwdriver was by mixing vodka with some orange juice. I took another drink. All the joy of it had vanished now, and the bubbles only tasted sour. Petulantly, I spun around and hurled the bottle away from me in the same motion. My eyes going wide, I watched in horror as it perfectly struck the forehead of the young woman who had just been hauling herself over the gunwale. Half in the boat and half out, she clung there with a dazed expression that slowly went cross-eyed. Then, grip slackening as her body went limp, she began to slide back towards the water. Instinct made me leap forward to grab hold of her. I got her just in time, and grasping her under the arms, managed to flop her onto the deck. "Jesus," I was muttering. Jesus. This didn't count as blasphemy, right? I was asking for help more than anything else. Her head was bleeding freely. I still carried some muscle from my football days, and I'd gotten her really good. Was she dead? Please, dear God, don't let her be dead. I put a hand to her throat to feel for a pulse, and a warm sense of pure relief flowed through me when I felt a beat. Slow, but steady. Picking her up like a child, I began carrying her below deck. No way I could leave her out there in the baking sun, so the bed would be the best place for her. It did occur to me now that she was completely naked, dripping wet, and naked. Where the hell had she come from? Was there another boat? I put her down gently and draped a sheet over her for the sake of modesty. Then I hurried back out and scanned the horizon in every direction. Nothing. I wished I'd brought a pair of binoculars, but it probably wouldn't have made any difference. Laser eye surgery had left me with 20/20 vision, and everywhere I looked, there was nothing but sea. I shook my head. This was too much. First, my boat had broken down, and now a skinny dipper appeared out of nowhere to bleed all over my Egyptian cotton. I had to get on the radio and call for help. The one smart thing I'd done before heading out was familiarize myself with the handheld VHF. The thing had a built-in GPS that would automatically transmit my position, and it didn't take me long to get in contact with a rescue vessel. It was a stroke of pure luck, but they were returning from what had proved to be a false alarm, and had no problem redirecting themselves to pick us up. When I explained about the presence of an unconscious woman with a head wound, it really seemed to light a fire under their arses, too. When I turned around, the unconscious woman in question was sitting up in bed. I froze, looking at her. She looked back. Her eyes were shockingly dark, as if the pupils had fully dilated. She fixed me with a gaze of such intensity I wanted to look away, yet I didn't dare to break eye contact for a second. You see, the sheet had slipped down around her waist, and her full body was on display. It shouldn't have mattered. I'd seen all there was to see out there on the deck, and I'd touched her too, when I carried her down here. But somehow, the sheen of the purple bedcloths around her were emphasizing her nakedness, turning it from a natural state into something lecherous. I wished I'd gotten the plain white sheets now, I realized. Who did I even think I was? Some porn star? Are you alright? I finally managed. She touched her forehead, licked blood from her fingers.
My head hurts,
she said slowly. Her accent was unfamiliar to me. Russian, I thought. Eastern Europe somewhere. A long way from home, if so. Yeah, I said. I'm real sorry about that. I didn't see you. I chuckled nervously. I mean, where did you even come from? She sniffed, looking around at the interior of the cabin without seeming much impressed.
I swam, because boats always...
She was making no sense, trailing off in the middle of her sentence. The blow to the head must have really done a number on her. I silently prayed there would be no brain damage, and offered to attend church every Sunday for a full year as a payment for it. You should let me look at that cut there, I said. I'll clean it up. I was already scrambling for the first aid kit. Something had cracked when I had hit her, but was it her head, or was it the bottle? I knew more or less what I was doing when it came to the basics, but I was worried this would be beyond me. It didn't matter. I'd do what I could, and the rest would just have to wait. Sitting down on the bed, I put the little red and white satchel next to me, and began getting out some gauze and a small bottle of saline solution. This might... I began. I was going to say sting a little, when her hand snaked out to grab my wrist. I instinctively tried to pull away, and found that I couldn't. God, she was strong. She leaned into me. I saw her nostrils flare. Was she smelling me? Hey, I said. I was stammering a bit. Gently, I tried to extricate myself, but it was no use. Instead, I found myself being pulled forward. I noticed for the first time that her teeth were surprisingly bad, snaggly and yellowish. Cute otherwise, and not as young as I'd thought at first. Late 20s, perhaps? Just very skinny. And acting weird. Concussion, I decided. Had to be. What was the procedure with that? Keep them awake? Play along? Like my cologne? I asked. You smell nice too. Driftwood and kelp. The bold new scent by Saint Laurent. I realized I was babbling. My wrist was starting to hurt. She seemed intent on planting a kiss on my shoulder. Despite my attempts at dissuading her, she'd almost put her mouth to the trembling flesh when she winced, her hand releasing me to gingerly prod at her forehead again. She looked at me.
You would mend me?
I had pulled myself back a little as soon as she let go. I was entirely in two minds about things. Part of me thought the cabin seemed suddenly very cramped. I wanted to place myself out of reach of those slender arms with their vice-like grip. Another part wanted only to help her. It was so clear she needed me. What kind of a shithead would I be if I just ignored that? This was kinda my fault. Sure, I said. I'll take care of it. Just stay still now. Don't grab. Slowly, I dabbed away most of the blood and cleaned the wound out as best as I could. It wasn't all that bad, I thought. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it had almost begun to heal already. Head wounds were supposed to bleed a lot too, weren't they? Maybe I'd gotten worked up over nothing. Though she had passed out for a moment, and that probably wasn't good. Carefully, I slightly increased the pressure on her brow, just to feel for any sign of something being broken. No, everything still felt fine. It was just the first momentary panic that had made me think otherwise. Alright. There was also some aloe gel in the kit. That was good for wounds, right? Couldn't hurt. I squeezed a small dollop onto my fingers and very gently began to massage it into her forehead. She had closed her eyes halfway through my ministrations, and now she was sighing contently. Her mouth curved slightly.
That's nice,
she said.
I like that.
Good. Great. I'm gonna put a bandage on you now, okay? Before I could get that far, the handheld crackled into life.
Cherry Bomb, come in, Cherry Bomb. This is Sunbeam. We are approaching your location now. Please respond. Over.
Yeah. I named my boat Cherry Bomb. So what? Sue me for liking the Runaways. You stay here, okay? I told my guest. Rest. I'm going up on deck, but I'll be right back. I grabbed the handheld and hurried out. Out on the deck, the ocean breeze did wonders for clearing my head. I hadn't realized how on edge I was. Shading my eyes against the sun, I could see the shape of a boat out there now, rapidly approaching. Sunbeam, this is Cherry Bomb. We are, standing by for rescue? Over.
Roger that, Cherry Bomb. We are prepared to offer immediate medical assistance. Is the patient capable of being moved? Over.
Actually, I said, I don't think we'll need... There were footsteps behind me. I turned to look and let go of the call button.
I feel better now,
she said. She stood there, naked and completely unashamed.
I remember why I come here.
She moved towards me, slowly. Her lips were parted slightly, and I thought her tongue darted quickly out to lick them. Then her eyes shifted to a point above my shoulder.
Boat,
she said.
Coming to get you?
Yeah, I said. Us. It's gonna all be okay now. I had taken a step backwards, I realized. The way she'd been looking at me, she seemed to be considering something.
Made me feel good,
she murmured.
When you touched me.
She'd come so close we could almost have kissed. Gently, she placed her hands on my chest.
But,
she said,
I'm also hungry.
She gave me a shove so hard and fast, I didn't even have time to yell before going over the side. The water slapped my back like a giant's hand, and I went under, then came back up spluttering. From the deck, she looked down at me.
I like you,
she shouted.
I will give you a head start, okay? If you make it to other boat, you can leave.
I was about to ask her what the hell she was playing at, but she had already leapt from the deck, curving forwards to perform a perfect dive. She knifed into the water and changed. Her speed had carried her deep beneath the surface, but I could still see her well enough to know it wasn't her anymore. Scales glittered on a blue-grey and sinuous form that snaked around and coiled upon itself. A woman's torso grew from the lower body of a giant eel. A pair of eyes like dark marbles blinked as a nightmare mouth split open. Screaming, I thrashed and flailed, made for the ladder of my boat. I had to get out of the water. The shape came shooting up so quickly, it almost seemed to simply appear before me. It cut me off, pushed me back, herding me away. A webbed hand slid across my belly in passing, grating like sandpaper against my skin. A message delivered. Don't go that way. I reversed, kicking, threw myself around and turning my momentum into a desperate and inelegant crawl as I began to swim for my life in the direction of the approaching rescue vessel. This wasn't happening. This wasn't possible. She wasn't... A stab of pain in my left thigh. Something flashed past me in the water, circled round and came up again from behind me. I whimpered, swallowed seawater, floundered, threw myself forward again. It was below me now. I could feel it, caught flashes of reflected light. At first I'd been praying, begging, please, please don't let it get me. God and Sister Agnes, help me now, and I will always be so good forever, I promise. But even that babble of childish fear and pleading had stilled, displaced by a deeper terror. Some atavistic instinct that screamed at me. Shark. And beneath that, even purer and more thoroughly imprinted in the memory of my DNA, was simply the image of teeth. I wasn't a man. I was prey. Like prey, I fled. A touch of ice against my foot, a red line drawn across my chest, a nip, a prod, a cut, and something vital leaking out of me. Then nothing. I crashed on through the waves, heedless of anything but the need to escape. A wall loomed in front of me. Trapped. Trapped. Gibbering with panic, I tried to turn, but strong arms were already gripping me, hauling me up. Out of the water. I became aware of frantic voices surrounding me on all sides.
Got you, buddy. Hang on.
Shit, what was that?
Jesus, you're all torn up.
Why the hell did you jump? We were coming right for you.
The girl. Where's the girl? Anyone see the girl?
I couldn't give them any answers. I was already slipping into unconsciousness. As it was, the paramedic they had standing by on the sunbeam came in pretty handy after all. I was missing 3 toes on my left foot and bleeding from a dozen other wounds. The cut across my chest had sliced away a nipple, and otherwise left a long and ugly scar that swelled up purple and never really flattened out. They looked for her as long as they could, but of course, there was no sign of anyone else. Shark must have gotten her. Weren't supposed to be any man-eaters around here, but sometimes they travel and end up in unexpected places. So I was assured, anyway. Of course, there were other questions. Who was she? What had happened between us and my boat? I could have gotten in some pretty bad trouble over that, but it all worked out in the end. After all, the crew of the Sunbeam had been watching through binoculars. They'd caught me going into the water. Then, they saw the girl jump in after me, all of her own free will. After that, things did get somewhat confused, but I knew to keep my mouth shut about it until I had several very expensive lawyers by my side. Money, money, money. What can't it do? Well, it can't get rid of nightmares. I drink myself to sleep now, most nights. It's not the pain of the missing pieces, or the jumbled up images from my panicked swim that go through my head, but something else that happened afterwards, when we'd given up the search. Everyone else was busy, one man working to stitch up my leg, but I was awake and looking back, sitting propped up against an equipment chest. I saw her out in the sea. She was bobbing very peacefully, only the humanish part of her torso visible above water. Our eyes met. Flashing me a needle grin, she cheerfully waved a webbed hand in goodbye. Then she dove and disappeared beneath the surface. When my little brother Jerry got married, I was asked to step in as a bridesmaid for his wife-to-be. The guest list was a little thin on the bride's side, and he figured it'd be a good bonding experience. His fiancée, Susie, came from a small rural community back in Minnesota, and didn't have a lot of family. Jerry had briefly mentioned that she was an orphan, and that it was sort of an off-limit topic to bring up. Not that I'd planned to. Susie and Jerry had met during his studies at MSU, and they'd been together for over 6 years before they made it official. These were 2 people who were more or less married already. On their wedding day, I tried my best to cater to Susie's needs. She seemed a bit down, but I figured it was just cold feet. I didn't want to pressure her, so I held my tongue and observed. There were a lot of little things that stood out to me. The way she sighed at her reflection, the way her eyes sunk when she saw the flower arrangements. She didn't say anything, but there was a sort of lulling discontent on her face. As we waited for the dress, I found her pouting on an ottoman outside the bathroom. I joined her, giving her a curious look. "It's all beautiful," I assured her. "All of it. I can tell you've put a lot of thought into it." "It's not a big deal." She smiled. "But it's not perfect. I mean, nothing is, but, you know?" "I get it. Yeah." I nodded. "Nothing's perfect." "It's not like that. It's like—" She turned in her seat, facing me with a furrowed brow. "Nothing is really, truly beautiful. It's all right, but nothing is like I want it to be." "What would you change then?" I asked. "If you had more time." "That's just the thing." She groaned. "I have no idea. It's just a feeling, you know?" There were a couple of surprises for Susie, though. Jerry had gone out of his way to make her happy. He had managed to track down her mother's wedding dress, something that had been put up for auction years ago when some of the family's estate was sold off to pay for Susie's education. He'd also made a bridal bouquet from the vivid pink flowers that grew in the backyard of her childhood home. These were all surprises, but he had backups on backups if she didn't like them. Green flags all around. When the dress arrived, Susie got this strange expression on her face, like recognition, disbelief, and amazement all rolled into one. She cracked a smile and twirled around the room with it, hugging it like an old friend. It was certainly unique, an old-fashioned blend between a drop waist and an empire cut. She held the dress up and stared at a mirror, speaking to me without looking away. "It's not perfect, but it's getting there." She smiled. "It's almost like I picture it. I feel it." I handed her the bridal bouquet, watching the pink petals reflect in her eyes. "I really do feel it. Right here." She put her hand on her stomach, smiling from ear to ear. The ceremony itself was beautiful. The walk down the aisle, the exchanging of vows. They walked out of the church to a church organ rendition of Tom Jones's Chills and Fever. That was also the first dance they shared at the reception. While my focus was on Jerry, I couldn't help but to look over at Susie every now and then. I caught her looking at her reflection a couple of times. She'd peer over the counter of the open bar and stare at herself in the mirror wall. I also noticed a bit of hesitance to throw the bridal bouquet. She couldn't keep her eyes off the pink petals. It's like she was mesmerized and wanted to keep it to herself. All in all, it turned into a good night. Lots of laughs, drinks, and dancing. But I couldn't help but to notice something strange in Susie's eyes. A light that wasn't there earlier that day. A couple of days turned into weeks, and life went on. I forgot about Susie and her wedding dress. That is until Jerry called me up. He wanted to have lunch and catch up. Jerry and I have always had a good relationship, but we didn't really spend time on our own. We mostly just met for big events. To have him willingly seek me out rang some alarm bells. I met him at a cafe downtown. I had a sandwich. He got nothing. Not even coffee. I could tell he was trying to keep a brave face, but there were worrying signs. I caught him yawning, and he had a slight shake to his hands. Something was clearly bothering him. I tried to get a read of him with some more small talk, but it wasn't long until the conversation took a turn. "I want to talk about the wedding," he said. Did Susie say something when she saw that dress?" "She loved it," I said, chewing on my sandwich. "Really loved it." "Yeah, but did she say anything? Anything strange?" "She mentioned it not being perfect." I nodded. "But getting there, you know?" "Getting there?" "Yeah, like..." I shrugged. I didn't know how to explain it. In fact, as I looked back on it, I had no idea what she meant. It felt like an off-the-shoulder comment, but maybe there was more to it. Jerry held his hands up. "Look," he sighed. "We've been having issues." Turns out, their honeymoon didn't turn out as magical as one was led to believe. Susie had been obsessing over that wedding dress all week long. Jerry had once walked in on her wearing it in the bathroom, crying over how she wouldn't get a chance to wear it again. "She said it made her feel beautiful," he explained, "and how rare that was." Not wanting to see her sad on the first week of their life together, Jerry had just gone along with whatever Susie asked of him. She'd been wearing that dress pretty much all day long, even sleeping in it a couple of nights. For passers-by, it had been an amusing oddity, but Jerry was getting worried. Susie was having trouble keeping it together, and ever since they got back home, her behavior had taken a turn for the worse. Jerry had trouble talking about it. He kept touching his face, as if trying to hide what he was saying. He'd find Susie getting up at night to put the dress on, twisting and turning in front of the mirror to see herself at different angles. But it was more than just the dress. She'd begun making modifications. The dress wasn't perfect, and she was obsessed with this idea of making it what it could be. It started with hand-weaving a couple of blue threads into the edges of the dress. But lately, she turned to accessorizing, turning away from the dress and onto herself. "The perfect makeup, the right shade of nail polish, that kind of thing," Jerry explained. "I've seen her looking up tattoo places around town. I don't know what to say." "Look, you married her." I smiled. "In sickness and health. Just be there for her, Jerry." "I'm all about that." He nodded. "But this ain't normal, and I don't know when it's gonna stop." Jerry leaned back, dragging his hands across his face. "She scares me." I got a couple of updates over the next few days. Susie had changed her hair, her nails, and she was wearing her makeup in an unusual way. Jerry had trouble explaining it. He managed to dissuade her from getting her face tattooed, but just a day later, he had to stop her again, this time from scarring her own face with a nail clipper. It was getting serious. We texted back and forth, trying to figure out what to do and who to talk to. It was obvious that Susie was having trouble that we couldn't begin to understand. Something had just snapped when she put that dress on. The same dress she'd obsessed over all her life. The one exactly like the one her mother had worn. Which got me thinking, what had really happened to her parents? Not even Jerry knew. It was the one thing that Susie refused to talk about. Then, Jerry stopped responding. It was sudden, so I decided to pay him a visit. In all the years that he and Susie had been together, I'd never heard of them having this kind of issue before. I had no idea what to expect. These two were like the baseline picture of what a healthy relationship should look like. And all of a sudden, it just collapsed. I drove by their home, a row house in a calm residential area. It didn't take long to see that something was wrong. There were neighbors outside and a squad car on the driveway. People were about to scatter back to where they came from, leaving only Jerry and the two police officers. They were finishing up as I approached. I caught the glimpse of a conversation ending, with Jerry being asked to reconsider something, and that was that. The moment I approached, he gave me a hug. I'd never been hugged like that before, like he was holding on for dear life. He peered inside his home, as if checking for Susie, and told me the story with a hushed tone. Susie had gone off the rails. She'd torn out chunks of her hair and chewed dirt to stain her mouth with the right color. The final straw had been trying to staple her ears to the side of her head, and that's where Jerry had intervened. Things had gone from bad to worse. "She says I'm keeping her from perfection," he said. She says I'm holding her back." Susie had attacked him, thrown things, screamed, broken furniture. She had wreaked havoc on their home, completely remorseless. That's why the police were there. The neighbors had called them. But instead of pressing charges, Jerry had dismissed them. He was going to get Susie help personally. He didn't want her to end up in a cell. She needed treatment. And he needed my help to move her. As we stepped inside their home, I could tell it hadn't been a little spat. There was broken glass strewn across the floor, a broken chair, and every painting had been thrown across the room. Susie was sitting on the living room couch in what remained of her torn wedding dress. It had been stained with patches of green, brown, and blue. She had large red bold patches on her head, and she'd applied all kinds of makeup, seemingly at random. She was slowly dancing with her arms, like she was playing an invisible harp. She said something about her movements being part of her new aesthetic. Jerry explained. "She's been like that for the past 20 minutes or so." I took a few steps closer, making sure to not interrupt her movements. They were choppy and artificial, like a buffering video. She had one eye fixed on her hands, the other eye moving at random. It was impossible to tell if she was paying attention to us. If I hadn't known it was her, there'd be no way to recognize her. Apart from all the things she'd done to herself, she'd also lost a lot of weight. Still, she seemed happy. Maybe even happier than she'd been at the wedding. Jerry moved up behind her and slowly put his hands around her torso. With a little nudging, she got the message and stood up, careful not to miss any arm movements. I moved ahead, making sure there was nothing in the way. It felt like moving a glass figurine. We had no idea what could break her. We managed to get her in the car. Jerry had asked me to follow in my own car, but I refused. I didn't want to leave him alone with her, especially not going down a highway. I ended up being behind the wheel as Jerry and Susie stayed in the back seat. He had a place in mind, one he'd been in contact with over the past week or so. They were mostly for emergencies, but there'd been nothing but luck keeping this breakdown from causing serious damage. I didn't want to think about what would have happened if she'd been in the kitchen, by the knives. We'd been driving for about 20 minutes, when I suddenly heard a snap. Then another. Looking over, I saw Susie furiously pulling at her fingers, almost tearing them out of their sockets. Jerry threw himself at her.
"No,"
she cried.
They need to be the same length. They need to be the same."
By the time we got to the address Jerry had given me, the back seat was pandemonium. Susie was screeching like an animal, scratching and tearing at Jerry to get away. I saw two men running out of a nearby building to help us. A door opened, and Susie was grabbed. She screamed at them to let her go, to let her fix her fingers. And Jerry screamed back. I barely understood what happened until I was alone in the car, watching Jerry and two men in white uniforms take Susie away. A couple minutes later, I got a text saying I was good to go, and a thank you. Coming home later that night, I took a long look at myself in the mirror. I tried my best to figure out what Susie was obsessing about, but there was no logic to it. Sure, I have my flaws, and she did too, but whatever she was doing wasn't helping. What kind of ideal was she really pursuing? I talked to Jerry before I went to bed. Susie was in good hands for the time being, and he was at home, sleeping alone for the first time in years. I could tell it was bothering him.
I don't know what she's looking for.
He sighed.
It's like she wants something perfect, but she just destroys herself.
Maybe she's got another idea of what's perfect and what isn't, I said.
Maybe. Yeah. But some of the stuff she says, it's like, it's not just changing your nails or your hair. She says things sometimes when she thinks I don't hear.
Like what?
Like...
He took a deep breath. I could tell he was in the bathroom. Had he been crying?
Like she's wishing for more arms, or to be taller, or to be transparent.
Things were quiet for a couple of days after. I reached out to Jerry, but I didn't get a lot back. A quick text every now and then to tell me he was doing okay. Susie was getting the help she needed, but she wasn't improving. At least we'd stopped her from getting worse. I thought about it a lot. Everything had changed the moment she saw that dress. Sure, it had been unique, but what was so special about it? I asked Jerry's permission to ask around and show a few pictures of it. There were also a few cuts that Susie had discarded, which I could use to show off the fabric. I talked to a couple of professionals around town. Most of them didn't have a lot to say, or dismissed me entirely. It took me half a day before I found this old woman at a hidden-away private tailor downtown that I could get some answers. They were about to close, but she took some time out of her day to help. She had never seen that cut before, despite having worked with wedding dresses for close to 40 years. It had to be a custom job. But what seemed to vex her the most was the fabric.
It's not charmeuse or georgette.
She pondered.
A sateen blend? No.
She compared it to a couple of her own fabric samples, but came up with nothing. We were about to give up when she caught a glimpse of her husband having a cigarette outside. She got an idea and asked my permission to set the fabric on fire. Apparently that's a way you can get a rough idea about the nature of the textile. Now, this piece of fabric was just a small square, no bigger than the palm of my hand. But she borrowed her husband's lighter, put the square down, and set it on fire. The reaction was immediate. It bulged in the middle as a dozen little branch-like extremities poked out of it. They grew, twisting and turning like a dying snake. The fabric turned from a bright white to a dark blue with a metallic sheen. The branches grew thicker, reaching further and further out, morphing into a petal-like flat surface. By the time the whole square was consumed by fire, it had spread out like a chemical grenade had gone off. At a distance it was almost pretty, like a blue sunflower. She didn't have the slightest idea what it was supposed to be. The only thing she knew was that she wanted it out of her store, and that she needed to wipe down every surface it had touched with chlorine. I had the image of that fabric twisting and turning under the flames in my head for a couple of days. There was something animalistic about it, like a living, breathing thing. I thought about calling up Jerry to ask for more scraps that I could ask someone else about, maybe a chemist. But I didn't get the opportunity. It was a Thursday, around 2 a.m. Jerry called me, breathing heavily into the phone. He'd been running. Apparently there was an issue with Susie. She'd gotten out, and they needed people to help find her. That's all he knew. There was no question about it. Of course I was gonna help. I met up with Jerry, and we made our way to the mental health facility we dropped her off at. We drove past the sign with the Hatchet corporate logo, and got stopped at the entrance by an armed guard. Jerry explained that we were there to help with the search, and we were let in. We were to take a detour from the main entrance though, so I only caught a glimpse of what was happening in there. Whatever Susie had done, it was big news. 2 ambulances, several police vehicles, and about half a dozen unmarked black vehicles. They didn't have license plates. I think I spotted something splayed out on the asphalt on stretchers. Either wounded people or dead. We were guided to the staff parking lot around the back. A handful of other vehicles were parked, and about 24 people surrounding them, mostly volunteer staff. They were handing out search locations, shouting out rules, and telling people who to pair up with and how. But Jerry wasn't having it. In the flashing red and blue lights, I could tell he was having second thoughts. He turned to me and lowered his voice. "I don't think she's just run into the woods," he said. "I think she's going home." "Then why didn't you stay home?" "Not our home," he said, shaking his head. "The place where she feels most home." There was a secret picnic spot not too far from here. It was where Jerry had proposed. A large field covered in flowers, with a single 4-bench picnic table that had been overgrown since the early 90s. The place was abandoned, but it was one of Susie's favorite spots in the world. And maybe it was just a hunch, but that's where Jerry felt that she was going. All this talk of beauty might have gotten him thinking about it. We had to go off-road and park on a slope, walking up a hill in the dark. There was a full moon out, but the light was covered in a spotty cloud cover. The sky was passing so fast that you felt like you were moving, even when standing still. We made our way through an overgrown trail, past a dense pine forest, and saw the woods open into a clearing. And there she was. I saw her from about 200 feet away, standing on a picnic table, staring at the moon. She'd gotten her dress back, but it was torn and disheveled beyond repair. It had gone from a majestic wedding dress to something that barely covered her knees. It was torn, dirty, frayed and bloody, much like Susie herself. She barely had any hair left. Her eyes were sunken into her head, making her whole face seem smaller. Her chapped lips were drawn back into a permanent half-smile, straining against the shape of her cranium. Her fingers were broken and bruised, and she stood on the tip of her toes, doing a balancing act as she slowly moved her arms around, all without rhythm, rhyme, or reason. This was beyond a pattern. It was surreal, and the image has seared into my head. It still comes to mind when I catch some abstract dance number on TikTok, and when it does, it gives me chills. But that night I didn't just have chills. I was scared. I'd seen a lot of things in my life up until that point, but there was just something unreal about this. It wasn't just madness. It was commitment. Susie knew something we didn't. We approached her slowly. As we got closer, her head turned to us, her eyes darting between me and Jerry. They seemed to move independently of one another. I could see a crack in the corner of her mouth as her involuntary smile twisted into a full-grown grin. "Susie, we gotta go home," Jerry pleaded. "I don't want you getting hurt." She turned her back on him, looking out into the fields beyond. Whatever she saw, there was something far more interesting than what I and Jerry could offer. Still, he didn't give up. He begged her to step down from the table and come to him. He talked about the adventures they'd had and the challenges they'd overcome. And yet, Susie didn't budge. I wasn't really paying attention to what Jerry was saying. I was looking the same way as Susie. What was she really seeing? Was there something there? You know the way a ray of light can catch your eye, a reflection of a piece of jewelry or a watch, and how it can sting your eye out of nowhere? That's how I felt. I followed Susie's eyes, and I saw something. Not in the night sky, but in the tree line on the other side of the glade. Looking at it stung me. It burned. It was uncomfortable, much like a ray of unwanted sun. I recoiled and regained my balance. Jerry stopped in his tracks, looking over at me. I nodded that I was fine. He looked back at Susie, but I tapped him on the shoulder. He turned his attention back to me. "Don't look," I wheezed.
Don't look. But it was impossible not to. Although it burned me, I couldn't help but to look. There was something moving towards us. I couldn't see a shape, because it had none. It was like looking at an uncomfortable feeling, and having it bury into your head. I could only look at it in short bursts, but I still couldn't help myself. Susie, on the other hand, was staring at it. She didn't dare close her eyes. As her hand movements relaxed and slowed, I saw her shoulder slump.
"They think I'm beautiful,"
she cried.
"They'll make me perfect."
"Susie, what are you—"
"They can help you too."
She sniffled.
"We can both go."
Then she turned to us, her eyes trembling like a cold dog. She smiled at me with missing teeth, revealing a bloody tongue. Her left eye found me.
"You too. You can come too."
Jerry not only stopped, but I stepped back. He could feel it too. We were being threatened. There was no way Susie could overpower us both. But that wouldn't matter. She wasn't the threat here, and we didn't even understand what was. But looking across the field, I could tell it was coming closer, leaving a trail of flattened grass as it beelined towards us.
"Come on, Jerry. Hurry."
She laughed. He fell backwards, covering his face with his hands. Something in me told me that I ought to do the same, but I didn't. Instead, I turned back to Susie. Whatever was moving out there had reached her, looming over her like a storm cloud. I could feel it. The longer I looked at it, the more complex the sensation. At first it was like a burning pain behind the eyes, leaving a cold and exposed nerve. That nerve tingled with a resonance, painting pictures in my mind like a seismograph. It was happening faster and faster, leaving only fleeting impressions of a being. It had arms longer than bone and skin. It knew words that gave way to thought. It was perfect, beautiful, and real. Maybe the realest thing that I'd ever felt. A transcendent something that had gone past the physical and the immediate, instead surviving as an ideal, as the most beautiful thing you can imagine. Fleeting, ever-changing, ever-inviting, and impossible to put into form. This was what Susie had been chasing. She had made herself a mockery in an attempt to create something that couldn't be, and it had recognized her efforts. Looking at Susie for one final time, she screamed with ecstatic joy, and in the blink of an eye, it happened. Her flesh unraveled into a transparent jelly. Her arms bent, snapped and unfurled into frayed knots, eyes glowing a pure white as her tongue boiled behind crackling teeth. I saw her head twist like a balloon in a storm as her spine left her body. And she laughed. She laughed and cheered to the very end, overjoyed as to come what may. Then she was just gone, dress and all, leaving nothing but a spatter of sizzling stains on the edge of the picnic table. Something turned to me. Even without looking at it, I could feel it looking. Despite everything in me screaming to look away and to deny, there was a part of me that was drawn in by what I'd seen in Susie. Her joy was as pure could get. I wanted to accept it,
to explore it. The picture in my head was growing clearer, and I remember feeling this unearthly sense of peace. I didn't just belong. I was meant to be. And I was beautiful. But luckily, Jerry was there. He dragged me down, screaming at me to snap out of it. I hadn't even noticed it, but I was laughing. I had been staring at my hands, as if they held some kind of answer. What was I doing? Realizing how close I'd been to losing control, I just hugged my brother and cried. He was inconsolable. We could barely form words, as whatever presence we'd felt dissipated, leaving us alone in the dirt, ugly, imperfect, and ourselves. Over the weeks to come, we'd got a bit more context as to what had happened. 2 caretakers had mysteriously disappeared, and a third had been found dead in the break room. The death was described as an accident, but from what eyewitnesses have been telling me, he died in a way that can only be described as a man going through a full body microwaving. Susie, well, she was just reported missing. What else was there to say? There was no sign of her, and Jerry couldn't very well say that she evaporated. Instead, he was tortured for weeks, asked to keep his chin up, and getting constant reminders that hope was always the last thing to die. They didn't know any better. They didn't know that hope died with a laugh. I think back on that night a lot. I wish it had had a face. I wish I could visualize this singular thing, to put into words what this looked like. But it's impossible. There are no words to describe it. Sometimes in the shower I try to make up new words for it. They come naturally to me, but I sound completely mad. Nowadays, when I look in the mirror, I don't really see flaws. Not like I used to. I don't see my nose as a little crooked, or my teeth as a little yellow. No, it's bigger than that. It's the sense of being stuck in something static and unchanging. Confined. I find myself dreaming of being this cosmic jellyfish, floating formlessly through nothing, barely held together by anything but vague remains of what I was supposed to be. I'm sorry. It's strange. It's really, really strange. And so ungodly beautiful. It had been raining for most of the day. Yesterday's forecast was for a light shower, but this was torrential. I peeked out the window, and in the darkness of the late afternoon, I could see a river of rainwater cascading down either side of the street. My parents were getting worried about my sister. Emily had spent the day at a friend's house and was supposed to be back an hour ago. Just as my dad was about to get in his car and go for a drive around the block to find her, the front door opened. Emily walked in, dressed in her yellow raincoat. Much to my parents' chagrin, she was holding on to the worn collar of an old, soaking wet dog. The thing was a mongrel, but I could make out the Alsatian in it. Maybe some golden retriever. As I tried to work it out,
I made a mental note to put dog breeder down on my list of career interests for school. My parents exchanged apprehensive glances as Emily smiled awkwardly and explained how she found him shivering in the rain on the side of the road. There was something about its eyes, she said, that made her instantly feel sorry for the poor guy. My dad knelt by the dog and had a look at its collar. It was battered, its red color fading, and it had no name, phone, or address written on it. My father stood up with a sigh and told Emily that he'd bring the mutt to the vet on Thursday to see if it had been chipped. And for the 5 days until then, looking after it would be her responsibility. Emily beamed at my dad and took the dog into the kitchen to towel it down. Later on that evening, she brought it back into the living room and informed us that his name was Buster. My father warned against getting too attached, but she didn't listen. She spent the rest of the day playing with Buster and sending pictures of him to her friends. That night, Buster slept on a makeshift bed of old blankets and cardboard in the kitchen. My parents prayed that he wouldn't make a mess of the place at night. Emily hugged Buster and gave him another treat before rushing off to her room. In the morning, all was well. It looked like Buster hadn't moved an inch. The dopey guy barely looked up at us when we crowded into the kitchen for breakfast. Immediately, Emily knelt beside him, rubbing his tummy and stroking his fur. I think Emily was too afraid of taking Buster for a walk, just in case she bumped into his owners and they dragged him away from her. The garden had been turned to mud the day before, and there wasn't a chance in hell that my mother would let that dog back in the house if he had a trace of muck on his paws. So he, like the rest of us, spent that day cooped up inside. Not that he seemed to mind. My dad cooked up a lamb chop for Buster that night, at Emily's request. It was the most animated I've seen him. His eyes lit up as it was placed in front of him, and we all erupted into laughter as he tore into it. That night, I jolted awake. The radio alarm clock on my bedside cabinet informed me, in analog red light, that it was 4:37. I lay there, but quickly began to fall back to sleep. As I was, I could have sworn I heard something moving around in the hallway. I assumed it was my dad, stumbling to the bathroom in a drunken stupor. And, for the second time that night, sleep took me. I spent most of the next day hanging out with friends around town. We rode our bikes, threw stones at the windows of the old house on Mill Street, and dared each other to shoplift from the local off-brand gas station. I made off with a packet of apple-flavored chewing gum. When I came home, things felt different, hostile. I didn't want to ask what happened, but before I could slink off to my room, my mother told me. Emily had accidentally knocked over my grandfather's urn while playing with Buster in the front room. I suppressed a chuckle at the thought of how much trouble she'd be getting in. Mature of me, I know. That evening there was silence around the dinner table, broken only by Buster's whining. I woke up again that night. This time I swung myself out of bed. My mouth was dry, and my breath left a stale taste at the back of my throat. I wandered downstairs to the kitchen to get a glass of water. I tried to be as silent as possible, not wanting to disturb the sleeping dog. Buster slept soundly in his little bed, and I knew a freight train going past wouldn't wake him. I poured a glass of water and drank it in a continuous gulp. Then, an idea came to me. I crouched by the cabinet my dad kept his whiskey in. I opened it, trying to not let the hinges creak. I picked out a bottle and stood up. I gently unscrewed the cap and took a sip. I coughed and choked and spluttered. As I went for another sip, I heard movement upstairs. I knew my father would kill me if he caught me drinking. I hastily put the cap back on and placed it back in the cupboard. I speed walked out the kitchen, desperate not to make a noise. Just before I began ascending the stairs, I heard the door to my parents' room open. I quickly turned around and hid in the living room. I heard my father walk down the stairs and into the kitchen. My heart was beating like a tribal drum as I hurried out of the living room, and I stepped, agonizingly loud, up each creaky step, back to my bedroom. I thought I had made it, but just as I was pushing my bedroom door open, I heard a voice behind me. It was my father. He'd popped his head out of his bedroom. He asked if it was me moving around. I told him that I'd just gone downstairs to get a glass of water. He told me to keep it down, and before he retreated back into the darkness of his room, I saw my mother stirring in the bed behind him. He closed the door. That morning, I woke up with a migraine. Nothing too major, but it was a drawback from what would have otherwise been a great day. My sister was at some dance club, my mother was visiting the solicitor in town, and my father had gone golfing. On this rare occasion, I had the house to myself. Well, me and the dog. I found a strongly worded note on the kitchen table when I woke up. It was left by Emily, telling me how I should feed and entertain Buster while she was gone. I crumpled it up and attempted to throw it into the bin from across the room, missing horribly. I made myself the unhealthiest breakfast I could think of. I took it into the living room to eat while I settled down to watch a film. Dan O'Bannon's Return of the Living Dead. That's how I spent my morning. Later on, I took my empty plate into the kitchen. I figured if my mother saw that I cleaned the dishes, she wouldn't be as critical when she found the crumbs. I walked past Buster, who was slumped in his usual stop in the corner of the room, on a bed of now dirty sheets. In a joking manner, I asked him how his day was while I washed up. Obviously, I got no reply. I remembered my sister's note and set a half-dried glass down while I fetched Buster some treats. I didn't know where Emily kept them, so I grabbed a slice of overly processed ham from the fridge. I crouched beside him and dangled it in front of his snout, teasing him. There was no response, no slow opening of the eyelids, no methodic wag of the tail. There were no signs of life at all. I gasped and put my hand on his stomach, trying to feel it rise with his breath, or a heartbeat. Anything. To my horror, his abdomen began to compress when I did, like a limp, deflating balloon. He felt hollow, empty. I scrambled to my feet and stumbled backwards. As I put my hand on the counter, I knocked over a glass. It shattered on the kitchen floor, but Buster didn't so much as flinch. I panicked and ran up to my room. I took my phone from my bedside cabinet and hastily rang my mother. It rang for a brief moment before she picked up. I managed to stutter out that there was something wrong with the dog, that it was an emergency. She assured me that she had just picked up Emily and would be home in 10 minutes. And with that, she hung up. I sat my phone down and paced around the room. As I was thinking, I heard a noise coming from the first floor. It sounded like someone moving around. I assumed it was my mother, home earlier than she estimated. I made my way downstairs to greet her, hurrying over the creaking steps. There was no one. The door was still locked, and I, as far as I knew, was alone in the house. I heard the now familiar wag of Buster's tail as he came bounding up to me from the hall. I looked at him, puzzled as he nestled his head into my leg. I stroked him behind the ears as he mewed low. I then heard the equally familiar jangling of keys as the front door was unlocked. My mother stepped inside, pumping her umbrella. Emily, who was close behind her, ran to Buster and dropped to her knees as soon as she saw him. She hugged him tight and whispered in his flea-bitten ear. I could see her eyes were red, raw from crying. My mother asked me what the big emergency was, and I paused before answering. I explained that he had been unresponsive, but he seems fine now. My mother let out a long, drawn-out sigh as she made her way past us and into the kitchen. She called my name, frustrated, when she saw the broken shards of glass on the kitchen floor. I had forgotten about that. Emily spent the rest of the day in her room with the dog. At dinner, neither me or my mother mentioned anything about Buster's false alarm. We just let my dad witter on about improving his backswing, whatever that meant. For the third night in a row, I jolted awake in the small hours of the morning. I groaned at the abrupt ending of a good dream, tossing and turning until I found a comfy position. As I tried to get back to sleep, I began to feel a presence. It was the feeling you get during an awkward silence, when you become painfully aware of the other person. I sat up in bed and rubbed my eyes, trying to adjust them to the darkness. There was someone in the corner of my room. I was certain of it. I could make out the vague shadow-covered silhouette standing just beyond the foot of my bed. I was almost paralyzed with fear, but my right hand managed to creep over to my bedside cabinet. I fumbled as I felt for the familiar switch of the lamp. Just before I turned it on, the figure in my room bolted. I recoiled in shock as I realized my half-asleep mind had been right. Someone had been standing there, watching. As the moon emerged from a bank of clouds, my room was briefly lit with a dull glow. In that half-light, I saw the outline of a tall man slink out of my room and into the darkness of the hall. I didn't realize I was screaming until my father burst into my room moments later. He switched the lights on, which burned my eyes. He held me and asked what was wrong. With snot and tears dripping down my face, I managed to stutter out that there had been someone in my room. At this, My dad turned and ran back into his room. His caring embrace was quickly replaced with my mother's. He emerged with a baseball bat in his hands, grasping it so hard his knuckles were white. My mother went to check on Emily. She made me come with her, not wanting to let her children out of her sight. We barged into Emily's room. She was already awake, sitting upright in bed. My mother fired a barrage of questions at her. Dazed, Emily told us that she hadn't seen anything. My father came into the room 10 minutes later. He informed us that he did a sweep of the house and found nothing. No signs of a break-in. No mysterious intruder. He brought me back to my room. Once I was in bed, he sat by my side and explained to me that I probably just had a bad dream. He said there was nothing to be afraid of, and joked that if someone did break into the house, they'd soon be scared off by Buster, the world's greatest guard dog. Eventually, I mustered the courage to fall back asleep. The next morning, everyone in the family was noticeably tired, even the dog. We greeted each other with yawns and joked about the previous night's events. I didn't know that this was the start of the last truly happy day of my life. My parents went out shopping. Emily took Buster for his first proper walk, and I spent most of the day gaming. It was a normal day. I've had dozens just like it. We had chicken breasts and bland steamed vegetables for dinner. Wednesday was family night, so after dinner, we came together in the living room to play a board game. Tonight, it was Cluedo. Buster was curled up at Emily's feet. My father thought then was a good time to remind her that tomorrow he was bringing the dog to the vet, and would hopefully reunite him with his real owners. At this, Emily screamed that she was his real owner. She stormed out of the room, Buster following close behind. As soon as she slammed the door behind her, my dad sighed. He said he knew she would get too attached to the dog. This was the sour note the day ended on. At 10, I did my usual routine. I brushed my teeth, changed into my pajamas, and listened to music for half an hour or so before turning over and going to sleep. As I expected, I woke up again in the middle of the night. This time, I was too afraid to move. Too afraid to open my eyes and see what could be lurking in my room. Instead, I kept them tightly shut and tried desperately to go back to sleep. After laying in bed for what felt like hours, but must have only been 20 minutes, I decided to open my eyes. I was filled with a directionless dread as I slowly peeped out over my duvet. Since I had woken up, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that I was being watched. As I pulled the covers away from my face, I saw who had been staring at me. My bedroom door was wide open, and sitting perfectly still in the doorway was Buster. His head was craned slightly and looking directly at me. I chuckled to myself, realizing that I had been terrified over nothing. I swung my legs out of bed and got up. I took Buster by the collar and began to lead him back downstairs to his bed. As I walked down the hall, I noticed that the door to my sister's room was ajar. I brought Buster into the kitchen and watched as he lay down on the crumpled mess of cardboard and old blankets that he slept on. I smiled as he slumped his head onto his paws and closed his dreary eyes. I wouldn't exactly call him my best friend, but I'd miss him after tomorrow. I turned to leave, to crawl back into bed and finally get some rest. But something caught my eye from out of the kitchen window. I leaned against the sill and looked out into the cold night. The moon was a perfect crescent, half hidden by the clouds. Light pollution from the nearby city robbed the sky of stars. But as I stared into the darkness, I caught a glimpse of a shooting star. As I gazed in awe to see if I could see another one, I saw someone. There was a person leaning against the fence along our front driveway. I quickly realized it was Emily. I couldn't make much out in the darkness, but I could see that she looked nervous. I was about to open the window and call out to her when I heard something behind me. I turned around and realized it was coming from the dog. I assumed he had yelped in his sleep, maybe stuck in some bad dream. But then I noticed something else. His skin was moving. Rather, there was something moving around just under the surface of his skin. I didn't have time to think what it could be before I saw the long, crimson red fingers protrude from his stomach. They grabbed onto either side of the now gaping wound and parted his abdomen like curtains. Once the opening was wide enough, the unnaturally long arm reached out, snaking across the kitchen floor until it grabbed the dining table's leg, held onto it tightly as it began to pull the rest of it out. I couldn't comprehend how something so large could have fit inside of that animalistic facade. Eventually, it was fully out and stood upright. The figure must have been at least 3 meters tall. It was hunched over where it met the ceiling. It looked like it had been skinned. Its lanky body was made up of exposed sinew and muscle. The thing's eyes were milk white and bulging out of its vaguely dog-shaped head. It was grotesque. With a streak of urine running down my leg, I turned around and ran as fast as I could upstairs. I burst into my parents' bedroom and stood in front of their bed, screaming and wailing about some monster. They were both shaken awake at my outpour of terror. My father was calm at first. He tried to sit me down and tell me that it had all been a bad dream, like the night before. I pushed him away and tried to articulate between screams that there was a monster downstairs, and we had to leave. My father quickly became furious. His anger at me was only amplified by his tiredness. He grabbed my shaking hand and began to shout that at 14, I was too old for this, for any of this. But I was hysterical, and his attempt at reasoning did nothing. As I kept on wailing, he and my mother began to half lead, half drag me back into my own room. Kicking and screaming, I fell to my bedroom floor. I jolted at the noise of the slamming of my door and got to my feet. With tears streaking down my red cheeks, I pounded the door. I heard my father's voice on the other side, pleading with me to calm down. Our shouting reached a fever pitch, and then silence. We both stopped and listened out for the repetition of the noise that had brought our heated argument to an end. The dull thudding noise came again, this time accompanied by a shrill creak. I realized it was the sound of something climbing the stairs. I took a tentative step back as the noise drew closer and closer. In a weak voice, I heard my father stutter. What are you?" I knew what he had seen. I've spent the last 11 years blocking out the memory of what came next. There was screaming and pleading, the sound of flesh ripping and bone shattering. I sat motionless on the carpet of my bedroom floor as viscose blood began seeping in from under the door. The sounds of carnage stopped, and I held my breath as there was perfect silence once again. This silence was broken by the sound of my door slowly creaking open. I was petrified with fear. I couldn't do anything, couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't breathe. The thing opened my door a crack before stopping. The slowly thudding noise returned as it walked away from the scene until I couldn't hear anything anymore. I stayed welded to the spot for a minute or two before grief hit me like a bus. I began crying until my eyes were raw. I stood up and took my phone from my bedside cabinet. I dialed 911 and desperately tried to explain what had happened. I glanced out of my window and my jaw went slack. Walking down the middle of our street was the creature, caked in blood, the same shade as its taut skin. Holding its hand and walking next to it was Emily. She stared up at it with affection. The two were illuminated by the streetlights, and I saw that the creature was holding the fur suit that had once been Buster in the talons of its other hand. I watched as they walked down the street, across the sidewalk, and into the forest that surrounded my neighborhood. That was the last time I saw my sister. Within the hour, the police came. They cordoned off the area and took me in. I spent the next few years in foster care. The official statement they had given was that it was a kidnapping gone wrong. Only I and the officers and coroner who saw my parents' remains knew that it was something much more sinister. That was 11 years ago. Tonight, I finish recording this before I begin a journey that I should have undertaken a long time ago. Emily is still out there, somewhere, and I am going to find her. I still remember the first time she came in. I was tired. It had been a long shift. I'd chosen to start serving at this particular establishment because it had a reputation of being slow. Had is the operative word here. At one point in time, I could assemble a drink and have a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sit at the bar and look down wistfully, spouting off his regrets about a wasted life. I would get to listen. It was background noise, therapeutic, honest background noise in a world full of characters and bullshit. But, lo and behold, this particular haunt I picked started becoming all the rage for young people. Ugh. Who needs them, right? All full of life and vigor and energy, smiles and excitement about the future, wanting to party, wanting to flirt, wearing layer upon layer of forced personas.
"Hey, Chief,"
says the guy curling two fingers while dressed up in clothes Daddy bought.
"We, want a round for this whole group, yeah?"
he says, forcing his voice down 2 octaves while doing his best imitation of an alpha male. Just off a bender of binge-watching hours of charisma on command videos. I'd want to say, but wouldn't. And of course, the people surrounding this man, all wearing masks of their own. Fake cheers, fake gratitude, and pretty girls penny-pinching through college more than happy to get a free drink off this schmuck before getting the fuck out of Dodge. And, God, I was sick of it. But as is the case with life, the places I did want to be were out of range, unattainable. The dive bars, filled with seedy, miserable, philosophical crowd I craved, were just too far away from the shitty apartment I lived in to justify working at. An honest environment would have cost me too much in gas prices, unfortunately enough, that my non-existent paycheck would have gone towards breaking even at absolute best. She came in while I was making a rum and coke for someone, a double. I wasn't one to project favorable feelings onto a stranger. I was thrown to find, as soon as I saw her enter the bar, that I didn't immediately hate her. She looked like an absolute stranger to the establishment. Yet, I got no sense that she saw herself as above it. I felt like she was a human being, someone who needed to be here for some reason, but was unequipped for it. Like she felt silly. Like she found the music to be too loud, too overwhelming. I watched her take awkward steps through the chaos of the floor, ever so slowly weaving past people, unable to move because they lacked any spatial awareness. And because she couldn't muster up the words, "excuse me," for some reason. She was too kind, too polite. And then she was right in front of me. She looked up instinctively, as if expecting a menu, and then down at the counter, as if expecting a QR code. And then she just sort of shuffled closer, with an energy like she was afraid of interrupting something, even though I was looking right at her, doing literally nothing else, fully prepared to take her order. "So, I don't drink." "You don't drink?" I repeated back, deadpan. "Not really. I'm bad with, knowing what to get." "Well, let's keep it simple, I guess. Did you want a beer? More partial to a cocktail, maybe?" "Ooh, cocktail.
I love cocktails.
So, you do drink?
I drink, but not in a fancy or informed way. Usually I just get what the other person's drinking, but the other person isn't here yet, so I guess I'll get whatever tastes the most like juice.
I failed to suppress a laugh. Hearing those words from a fully grown adult was something else.
Oh, I'm sorry,
she said.
Are you gonna look down on me for not being all bougie about my drinks? I guess what I meant to say was, I want something happy, aged 24 years, from Ireland, with a bit of a kick. Maybe a sour...
You are melding so many unrelated things together right now. It's crazy.
Actually, I'm just a trailblazer, and completely ahead of my time.
And then, a look in her eyes as if she was beaming the words, "Yes, I'm aware I'm a dork," right at me. And I'm absolutely, positively not an uninformed loser. Huh. I finished making her a pina colada and handed it to her. "I hope you enjoy your drink, ma'am." A sweet, appreciative curl of her lips as she tapped her card, and then turned to leave. She was back to the hurricane of people swirling across the room. I watched her body take on an awkward pantomime performance of, how the fuck do I find a table through this sea of mayhem? My eyes stayed with her for longer than I'd like to admit. And then I realized I was smiling. And it wasn't a courtesy, or a lie, or a way to make someone think I was listening while I was off in maladaptive daydream land. She sat at an elevated rustic corner table by an antique mirror, the one closest to the bathrooms. A table that could seat a lot of people, but only had her. The other person joined her eventually. I caught them talking at odd intervals as I fell back into my miserable shift at my miserable job, fielding the same two repetitive questions from doe-eyed 20-year-olds. What's it like being a bartender? And did you always want to get into this line of work? No, I wanted to say to both questions. My eyes would continually drift over to that corner table as the hours ticked away. I felt a pang of jealousy as I saw her hold the hand of the man seated across from her. A man who looked like he was having a rough go of it, wistful at times, borderline miserable at others, and occasionally tinged with nostalgia. He was all emotion, and she was consoling him, it seemed, hearing his heart's story. We closed in on midnight, and the two of them were still there. She wasn't saying much of anything, but he was certainly saying all of everything by the looks of it. Her eyes remained steadfast on him, nodding as she took in every word. It was early in my late shift, Tuesday night. Things were slow, but not too slow. It was ideal. Quiet. I could focus on the white noise of murmured, tired conversations, the clinking of glasses. It was like a meditation tape, my equivalent of the soothing sounds of the ocean. I had time to make my drinks with love. Well, not so much love, but focus. That's the word. A man arrived at the counter. He looked familiar. It took a second for me to place him. The gentleman from the other night. The one who sat across from the bashful woman who caught my eye. the one that got to hold her hand. He, on that particular night anyways, was a basket of complex emotion. Now, however, there was a certain calmness to him, a groundedness. He looked peaceful, like his head was finally above water. "Hey, what can I fix you up with?" "You have my permission to surprise me," he said, humbly. I snickered. If this was her boyfriend, or husband, he certainly had an interesting rhythm to his moods. I grabbed a glass and a muddler and started preparing an old-fashioned for him. As I did, in betrayal to my usual approach to customer service, I asked him a non-logistical question. "And how's your day?" He took a genuine beat to collect his thoughts, eyes raised diagonally at the ceiling, a thoughtful twist at the right corner of his mouth, and a contemplative, repetitive nod as if the words were playing in his head like a metronome. Then, "You ever just feel grateful?" he said. "Grateful that everything's finally come together. It all makes sense now. And it's all going to be all right." Huh. I can't say I know the feeling, but envious, for sure. Guess I'm quite the lucky man. No, you are. Based on his reaction, I don't think the reference landed for him. It seemed like he had a wonderful woman in his life, hence, lucky. He instead seemed to take the message in a much more vague, almost cosmic way. "I do have to tell you, though, quite sincerely, that it ain't all luck." He shot me a knowing look. "You gotta really put yourself out there. You have to be open, emotionally naked. Those are the things it takes to find your home, your people. Don't think I'll be there anytime soon, good sir." I gave him the drink, and he made his way back to that same corner table. For the few remaining times that night that he accidentally slipped into my eyeline as I was loitering on the clock, it was the perfect picture of contentment. Another busy night in my self-inflicted holding pattern of a career. Some people say that bartenders are modern-day philosophers. Those people are stupid. It's a customer service gig like any other. The only difference here is you give people alcohol to leave you alone. But it never, ever works. This night was particularly stressful. We were down a person. I hated when we were down a person. When we were, my boss would yell, and then I would wonder why the fuck I didn't just finish college. And so the domino effect of self-loathing would go. There were too many people, asking for too many drinks. I almost didn't even notice she was there. She'd brought a new person this time. Arms linked. Girlfriends out for the evening. She approached the bar yet again, sheepish as before. Interestingly, the girl she was with seemed like her polar opposite. She looked decisive, focused, fake. A paper tiger. That was my assessment. "Hey," said the one I was more sympathetic to, with a couple of verbal stumbles after the hey. "Wait. Shoot. Did I ever actually get your name last time we spoke?" "Brian," I said. "Which means I never gave you my name either." "Nope." I said, cutting off what felt like it was going to be a self-effacing apology. She extended a hand.
I'm Monica, and I'm sorry. I'm usually better about that. That meaning polite enough to ask someone's name.
I returned her greeting. She gave me one of the firmest handshakes I'd ever received.
Okay, so we know each other's names now, which is good. This,
she said, motioning to the friend beside her,
is Sabrina. And Sabrina,
she gestured back to me.
This is Brian. Okay? Great. Good. Now that we're all friends, Brian, I'd love it if you could make the same drink you made the last time. If you, remember what it was.
You mean the one where you asked me to make you juice? The barb only brought a cheeky laugh from her.
Yes, the very same.
I watched them from behind the counter later. They were at the same distant table. Of course they were. I wanted to judge them. I really, really did. The shift had been a headache, and anyone fancying myself as better than the unwashed masses was exactly what the doctor was ordering. I wanted so badly to assume that Sabrina was the shallow friend to Monica, a person who actually seemed somewhat kind, somewhat genuine. But as Monica held Sabrina's hand over the table, looking at her as if she was the only person that existed in our wretched cosmos, and Sabrina in turn spoke openly as she cycled through ugly laughs, ugly crying, ugly reminiscing, emotional whiplash that I couldn't quite keep up with. All I saw was a person shedding any semblance of a front, peeling off layers of emotional makeup, being completely raw to the person they were in front of, laying it all out there. Frankly, for Monica to receive with quiet nods and gentle affirmations. Their conversation went on for hours. Their drinks, the pina coladas I made, were still in front of them, chipped away at, with only the lightest of sips over the course of their conversation. Glasses half full, or half empty, I guess, depending on how you look at things. 3 weeks passed before I saw Monica again. The thought of her would cross my mind every now and then. The strange want to actually talk to her. With how much my life was dimmed by forced transactional conversations, it was a foreign feeling. Finally, on a night where I arrived late for work, I saw her, seated in the corner, a barely touched drink in front of her, hand gently resting on the man beside her as he poured his heart out to her. Completely different guy from the last guy, and at this point I was convinced, as I watched the man emote as if he'd just come from a preen-town TED Talk, that she was some sort of modern New Age therapist. 55-minute sessions. Huh. What about 3 to 5 hours at a bar? That'll really help us curb your existential dread. Her imaginary words, not mine. I caught some conflicting feelings in myself as I looked on. Despite how awkward she could be, there was some sort of bizarre charisma or allure there. The charisma of someone being completely themselves. It made me nervous, though it was hard to put a finger on why. Nevertheless, the hours passed. Work was work. and as I finished exhausting my reservoirs of nods and smiles in exchange for compliments, platitudes, and the occasional openly rude customer, my eyes flitted over to her table, to Monica saying goodbye to her new client, or friend, or lover, whoever he was. A long hug, then a very deep glance into the stranger's eyes. An intense glance, a loving glance. And then they parted. So, maybe scratch therapist? Or, alternatively, a very, very new age therapist. Curse you, pangs of jealousy. I'm 35 now. I should be beyond feelings at this point. She approached the bar. "Hey," I said.
"Brian,"
she said, leaning her elbow onto the bar with an animated, almost full-body exhale. "How are you?"
"Would it be uncool of me to say I'm tired?"
"Why would that be uncool?"
"Because you're a bartender. So, I'm tired probably describes your entire evening."
"Oh, well, I mean, if I were off the clock, then I'd say, absolutely, you're being uncool, you jerk. But, since I'm working, no, not at all. Do you have any traumatic stories you wanted to share? War memories? Tales about the one that got away?"
War stories for days,"
she said with a soft chuckle, and then an even softer
"No."
and then a more serious
"Hey."
"Hi," I said again.
"You're probably wondering what I'm doing at the corner of the bar, right?"
"Yes, I am actually."
"I'm helping people."
"Are you a therapist?" She smiled.
"I suppose that's one way to look at it."
"I think I'm a bit confused." She picked her words carefully.
"I find people who are like me. People who maybe feel like they don't belong. Outsiders. Folks who are tired of pretending that they're okay living in an uncaring world. And I connect with them. And I build friendships with them. Meaningful connections."
"How do you know that someone's an outsider?" A pause. And then,
"It's all in their eyes."
She told me that I was welcome to sit with her on one of my days off. We could go to another pub if I didn't want to spend my off hours where I worked. Strange as the proposition was, I went for it. At this point, I'd sussed her out as being a truthful, open, and vulnerable person. Someone who seemed, at times, confused about it all. Confused in an endearing way. A way that felt different. Special. A way that made me want to know more. On a night we both agreed upon, I met her at a different joint on the other side of town. I sat across from her, curiously skeptical about how all of this would go. And then hours passed. And within them, I opened up. Truly. It's sort of hard not to spill it all when someone gives you their absolutely undivided attention, with perfect eye contact and affirmations pulled out of the book of Mr. Rogers. She sat there, statuesque, as I whittled off details about my childhood, my confusion about life, feelings of aimlessness, shame at how fucking judgmental I could be, and everything more. All of my misplaced anger, my vitriol. There were no real horror stories in my past, it turns out, nor any major present-day ailments that were bringing me misery. Putting up walls and scrutinizing strangers were just my coping mechanisms for being over-socialized and in my head about it all. At the end of the night, she gave me that same look of endearment she gave to the other man, as a sort of peace, a camaraderie came over me.
"You're all right,"
she said, a hand gently cradling my cheek.
"It's the world that's stealing your joy from you."
It seemed as if the words held more weight for her than they did me. But I nonetheless obliged, with a sort of agreement, an internal nod. I felt warm about it all. She gave me the tightest hug imaginable before leaving, and whispered in my ear as she did,
"I know a way things can be better. If you're interested, find me again."
I hadn't seen her at the bar for quite some time, and I have to admit, it made me antsy. It was hard to have someone Mary Poppins waltz their way into your life, be utterly emotionally naked with no reservations, allow you to do the same, and then disappear right after teasing some cosmic secret about the answer to all of life's problems. During this period of lack, I found myself softening in my role as liquid therapist a bit. People's idiosyncrasies, their faking it personas, their buried miseries, posturing, need to party, flirt, fight, mentions of beta, sigma, alpha, omega, ability to lie to themselves, desire to run away from themselves, from everything. Actually, I understood it. I sympathized with it. We're all just trying. I mean, I was still a judgmental piece of shit 85% of the time. But hey, that remaining 15%, we call that improvement. I was at the tail end of the kind of slow shift that made you curse yourself for ever hating the busy ones. I closed up shop, and there she was, in the doorway, as I was leaving. I didn't have it in me to pretend I wasn't enthused to see her. Instead, I ran up to her and hugged her. "I missed you," I said, with the delivery of a nerd at prom.
"I hope you've been well,"
she said, returning the embrace. It felt nice. "You said that things could be better. I want to know how," I said. She smiled, her lips and eyes lighting up.
"Of course. Let me show you. Do you want to come over?"
It's funny. There's a certain connotation that comes with being invited to a sort of stranger's place at closing time. Yet, I was absolutely sure Monica's head and intentions were in a completely different space from the rest of the waking and drinking world. We sat on her sofa together. She gave me a tender look.
"I made something to help explain everything you're feeling. I hope it'll be helpful."
I exhaled slowly, and then nodded. She got up and popped a shabby plain white DVD marked with Sharpie scribbles into the player. She returned to the couch as the video started on her TV. Over a black screen, an odd, disquieting melody played that I believe was intended to be comforting. Soft synthesizers and strange notes. Then, a narration.
We are not our bodies. Instinctively, we all know this.
It was Monica's voice, speaking over footage of the cosmos, galaxies and stars.
We look closely at this world as the delicate, sensitive souls that we are. And we can tell we don't belong here.
Footage from Earth, empty woods, empty parks, empty cities.
Our three-dimensional forms, holding our souls down.
And then, a slideshow of images that resembled pages from a high school biology textbook. A diagram of the human body, with a line pointing to the chest saying, soul. Lines coming from the arms, the head, the legs, the eyes, ears, all labeled as not soul.
And if we stay here long enough, our soul will wither away and die.
Another textbook-style diagram, but of a decomposing body this time.
Even if we appear healthy.
Footage of the ocean now. It looked like an amateur video, taken by someone actually wading in the middle of the sea.
We don't know who brought us here, or why, and we don't need to know.
The camera panned up from the water and angled sharply to the night sky, facing the glowing moon.
We just need to go home now.
And then a new image. Over the backdrop of a sea of stars, a pitch-black door on the left side of the screen. On the right, the same high school textbook diagram of the human body, standing upright this time. An arrow pointing to the door. Her narration was gone now. Text appeared on screen. Step 1. Decide to exit. Step 2. Find like-minded friends. Step 3. Pick the method that brings you the greatest sense of internal comfort. Step 4. Exit stage left. Step 5. When you're done, don't go into the light. And then her voice returned.
Let's go together now.
She held my hand tightly as the video concluded. I felt disturbed. I felt unsafe. I tore my gaze from the TV and turned to her. Her eyes were serene, peaceful, calm, welcoming.
It's okay now, Brian. You're okay. I'm here with you now.
Monica, what exactly did you mean with that video? I detached my hand from hers and rose from the sofa. She stood up as well.
You know what it means. You know it every time you look out aimlessly from behind the counter.
I backed away. I'm gonna need you to say it explicitly. She traced my steps.
We're departing tomorrow. We'll be leaving from the bar. You're welcome to join us at the table.
I reached for the door. I have to go, I said, reaching behind me to feel for the doorknob. One last good look at her. She wasn't perturbed, sad, offended, confused, anything. Softly, she said,
I'll be seeing you, Brian.
I turned and left. I worked the evening shift the next day. I was dead in the eyes, exhausted, not judging a soul, just breathing, just relishing the intake of stale bar air. When she arrived, she went straight to the corner table. Slowly, the others poured in. Some of them I recognized as patrons who had shown up at the bar before. Folk I was unaware were ever associated with Monica. They sat with her, eyes trained on her. Soon after, her girlfriend from before, Sabrina, pulled up a seat as well. The two other men I'd seen her with on different nights took their spots too. New faces appeared next, ones unfamiliar to me. By the end, there were 12 at the table. From my distant vantage point, their conversations seemed muted, soft, hopeful but with a discordant dash of somberness. It was hard to focus on my job, to focus on the customers coming up to me. I'd look over to the corner to catch more gentle speaking, the sharing of thoughts, sentiments, words that looked as though they were coming out as whispers. I wanted to be a fly on the wall. I also wanted to be as far away as humanly possible. Was there something I could say here? Something that a good Samaritan was supposed to be doing right now? Over the following 45 minutes, give or take, their words stopped. They closed their eyes together in a lengthy, silent moment. It didn't quite seem like a meditation or a prayer. I'm not sure what it was. Eventually, they all opened their eyes around the same time, and then they turned in unison and looked at me with wide smiles. Their eyes were filled with what seemed like a very disturbing form of love, an image pressed to my memory forever. Monica alone got up and walked through the crowd, purposeful this time. Once again, she was in front of me, on the other side of the counter.
You can still join us,
she said. Where are you going? I asked.
You wouldn't believe this, 'cause it's gonna sound really silly. But there's actually a special spot in the middle of the ocean. One that leads all the way up to the stairs.
She gave me a knowing smile.
We thought it might be a good idea to check it out together.
She held her hand out for me.
If you want to come.
I wasn't sure what it was. Loyalty, a sense of camaraderie, a fear of letting her down. But as much as I was repulsed and terrified by her, I still had the urge to give her my hand. Eventually, she gleaned my decision through my inaction and retracted her invite.
Thank you for talking to me and spending so much meaningful time with me, Brian.
She returned to the table. The others rose. They left behind anything they'd brought with them. Then, all 12 of them linked arms like they were about to go on a pub crawl together, and left. Their bodies were found in the ocean a week later. Each of them had worn a weighted metal belt to help them sink. The cops told me that half of the corpses were found in close proximity to each other. The other half were scattered about. I had to assume that the group found clustered together were the ones successfully able to keep their arms linked the entire time. I had the chance to see the photos of the deceased during the identification process. I did my best to provide the authorities with details on the faces I recognized. Times I'd seen them at the bar, rare occasions where I'd spoken with them. My tiny, insignificant crumbs of information were thankfully counterbalanced by insights provided by some of the regulars who'd known them better. It didn't take long to piece together the identities of the recently departed. Not just who they were, but their full histories. Careers, families, friends, aspirations, anecdotes, blanks filled in. All, except for Monica. As it turns out, if she did have a history, it certainly wasn't one with much depth. She had no known family, no friends, aside from the ones she left with on her final night, of course. No information on when she'd actually moved to the area, or where she'd come from. I was the only one who seemed to know anything about her. As if that wasn't uncomfortable enough of a revelation, the cops decided to keep the hits coming. They must have been in an oversharing mood. They let me know that this recent death event wasn't quite as unique as I might have imagined. In fact, instances of groups walking into water together, weights worn, arms linked, had been documented as a reoccurring phenomena over the past half-century or so in our quiet town. The folk tales and horror stories about events like this had, of course, existed for far longer in our little slice of the country. The sorts of folk tales I could have imagined a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sharing with me on a night where I was tuning him out as comforting background noise while making a drink. I took one last good look at Monica's photo before I wrapped up with the authorities. Out of all the images, hers was the one that looked the most tranquil, the most at peace.
I'll be seeing you, Brian.
Months had passed. The incident had left me with a sinking but mostly ignorable feeling. Routine had thankfully proven to be a formidable distraction. I was behind the counter, same as always, in a moment of time where I was unoccupied. No immediate task in front of me, nor some lingering item of work that I'd forgotten to do. I looked out at the bar scene. Not a miserable look this time, nor an aimless one either. Just a look. Out amongst the crowd of youngsters, characters and fakes. Not mutually exclusive titles, mind you, nor titles I use in a derogatory fashion anymore. I saw someone enter the bar. A new face. Unfamiliar. One that had a distinct sort of energy to them. They weren't an imposter like all the others. They looked like they felt silly, like they didn't belong here, but didn't see themselves as above it all. In the past, I would have found this person to almost be charming. Now, they were just a person. They took awkward steps through the bar floor. They were over-polite. And then they were right in front of me.
Pina colada, please,
she said. I suppressed my laugh. Her eyes lit up with a glint of confusion.
What?
She asked playfully. Nah, it's just... Sorry. Just a little uncanny. Kind of a throwback there. You, reminded me of someone just now. But that's... Anyway, a pina colada coming right up. I went to work. When I heard her response, all I could do was continue making her drink, operating off of muscle memory alone.
I have to admit, I'm a bit disappointed you didn't join us last time, Brian.
I mechanically continued the process of blending the drink. Don't remember telling you my name.
I hope you understand that there's still a lot I need to do here.
She cut me off.
Like-minded friends to find, meaningful connections to make, departures to schedule,
she said. My throat caught. The ritual of making a drink for a customer was the only bit of normalcy I had left in this exchange. I tried to cling to it. I tried to drag it out as long as possible. But I had to speak. Monica? I finally said, more breath than voice. But when I studied her features, she didn't resemble Monica at all, and I could only assume she knew as much.
You can call me Elizabeth this time. And don't worry, I never, ever want to rush you.
And then, that same knowing, disarming look.
You can join me when you're ready.
I struggled to put the finishing touches on the cocktail when I heard my boss's voice. Brian, what are you doing? I turned to look at him, confused. What? What are you doing? He repeated. Making a I looked around, and there was no one at the bar. A drink, I finished. For yourself? I thought about it. I guess, yeah. He gave me a concerned look. The kind of look that asks you to say more and share what might be going on. But I changed the subject. It was probably best to keep things surface level from now on. No need to go deep. I've been working for a cleaning company for a couple of years now, and you can see some weird stuff. But nothing compares to what happened at the old Fisker house. The memory of that day still crawls under my skin, and sometimes I wonder if I'll ever shake the feeling that something is watching me. Something dark. It started like any other job. Mrs. Fisker had passed away a few weeks ago, and her family wanted the place cleaned up so they could sell it. The house was big, a dusty old thing in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by thick woods that seemed to swallow up the sunlight. It was one of those places that immediately felt wrong the moment you stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with the smell of rot and neglect. Every step I took on the creaky wooden floors echoed through the empty rooms. The only other sound being the wind outside,
rattling the broken windows. I started in the living room, wiping down furniture and sweeping the floor, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my gut. It was in one of the upstairs bedrooms where I found it. A small, leather-bound diary, tucked under a loose floorboard. The diary looked ancient, the pages yellowed and brittle, the leather cracked from age. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was just some old family keepsake. But when I opened it, something changed in the air around me. The first page was written in shaky, old-fashioned handwriting, dated July 12th, 1910. It was signed by a priest named Father Augustine. His words were strange, like he was documenting something terrible that had happened. In nomi Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. I write this to recount the horrors that befell the village of St. Cuthbert, for my soul will never rest until the truth is known. I kept reading, feeling a shiver crawl up my spine. It began with the children, their laughter twisted into screams, and their eyes turned black as night. One by one, they fell to the curse, speaking in tongues, writhing like serpents upon the ground. At first, we thought it was a sickness, but it was not of this world. It was the work of the devil himself. The room felt suddenly colder, and I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. But the house was empty. I was alone. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced myself to keep reading. I was called to the village when the first child died. Her body twisted in unnatural ways, her mouth open in a silent scream. The villagers whispered of demons, of something unholy that had come to our land. I did not believe them. I was a man of God. I was a fool. The first exorcism failed. Dieu in auditorium mem intende. The words of the ritual did nothing. The child laughed, a laugh that was not her own. She spoke to me in the voice of 1,000 serpents, mocking God, mocking my faith. And then she died, her body turning cold and stiff in my arms. I slammed the book shut, my heart racing. Something was wrong. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, a creeping sense of dread that was getting harder to ignore. But I couldn't stop myself. I had to know more. I opened the diary again, flipping through the pages. The priest's handwriting grew more frantic as the entries went on, his Latin prayers scattered throughout the text, as if he were desperately trying to cling to his faith. I have seen the face of evil. It wears the skin of the innocent, but its soul is black. The demon is no longer in one body. It moves through the village like a plague, corrupting, consuming. I tried to perform another exorcism tonight. It went wrong. So very wrong. Demons me circumdederunt. The demon was stronger than I could have imagined. It spoke my name. It knew me. It taunted me, saying it had been waiting for me. I could feel its presence in the room, crawling beneath my skin, filling the air with its stench. Suddenly, I heard a soft creak behind me. I jumped. the diary slipping from my hands and falling to the floor. I whipped around, my heart in my throat, but the room was still empty. The shadows seemed to shift, though, moving in ways that didn't feel right. It was like something was here with me. I picked up the diary again, my hands shaking. I wanted to stop reading, but something was pulling me in, like the words had a power of their own. I flipped to the last entry. Dated October 31st, 1910. The village is lost. The demon has claimed them all. Men, women, children. It moves through them like a plague, leaving only death and madness in its wake. I hear its voice in my sleep now. It whispers to me, calls to me. I know what I must do. This is no longer a battle of faith. This is survival. I will confront it tonight. Fiat voluntas tua. If these are my last words, let it be known that I fought. Though I fear, I fight in vain. The last line was written in shaky, barely legible script. I hear it now. It is coming for me. As I finished reading, the wind outside picked up, howling against the windows. The house groaned, the floorboards creaking as if something heavy was moving through the halls. My breath came in short, panicked bursts, and every instinct told me to run. But my legs wouldn't move. Then, the whispers started. They were soft at first, like the wind slipping through cracks in the walls. But they grew louder, more insistent. Words I couldn't understand, spoken in a language that made my skin crawl. The same language that Father Augustine had written in. Demons ad te venuant. The room seemed to darken, the shadows stretching across the walls, twisting and writhing like something alive. My heart pounded in my chest, and I backed toward the door, clutching the diary like it was my only lifeline. But then I saw it. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the dim light, a figure stood. It was tall, its skin pale and stretched tight over its bones, its eyes black and empty. It didn't move, but I could feel its gaze on me, cold and malevolent. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I was frozen in place, unable to look away from the thing in the corner. Then, it smiled. The smile stretched impossibly wide, splitting its face in half, revealing rows of sharp, blackened teeth. And then it spoke, its voice a low, guttural rasp that seemed to echo inside my head.
Fiat voluntas tua.
I bolted. I ran faster than I've ever run before, down the stairs, through the darkened halls, out the front door. I didn't stop until I was in my car, slamming the door behind me and fumbling for the keys. The house loomed in the rearview mirror as I sped away, its dark windows staring after me like eyes. I never went back to the Fisker house. I quit my job the next day, moved to a new town, tried to forget everything I'd read in that diary, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed me. The whispers still come at night, creeping into the edges of my dreams, filling my mind with dark
ancient words I don't understand. And right now, as I'm recording this, I feel like I'm being watched, like there's something standing in the corner of the room, smiling. I hear it now. It is coming for me. Ethan Wilder was weird. I can't think of any other way to describe him. He was friendly enough, and usually kept to himself. But he didn't say much, and when he did, it was the weirdest shit ever. So, I didn't talk to Ethan often. He used a whiteboard to communicate, which could get tedious, especially when he took forever to respond. Yesterday, I was shopping with my mum, and we ran into my English teacher, who, for some reason, dumped Ethan Wilder's books into my arms. Apparently, Ethan missed summer school, so Mrs. Kane was on the warpath. She didn't want to visit him directly, and my mother, of course, piped up with, "Oh yes, Luke would love to help out." I did say, "No, I'm good," but my mother and my teacher collectively agreed that I was doing this, and I had zero choice. It's worth noting that I've already graduated. Ethan was repeating a year, and since I was no longer a student, as well as a fully grown adult, I didn't have to follow my teacher's orders. However, being in the midst of two middle-aged women, with one being my mother, put me at a disadvantage. When I pulled a face, Mum called me adorable and tugged at my cheeks, which made me want to crawl into a hole. Mrs. Kane dumped an entire semester's worth of workbooks into my arms and then gave me his home address. It's the middle of summer, and the sun was baking the back of my neck. I had to walk to Ethan Wilder's place, with zero choice. I didn't even get a fucking reward. You'd think I'd get cash, but no. According to my mother, it was a gesture of goodwill. I don't have a car, and maybe it was my fault for not asking my teacher for a ride. But by the time I reached Ethan's house, I was 2 steps from throwing up. I had to gather myself on the doorstep. I was soaked through with sweat, and my head felt like it was going to explode. Ethan's place was not what I expected. A regular suburban house with a white picket fence. Maybe I was just being a judgmental asshole, but Ethan didn't strike me as a Brady Bunch type of son. I definitely had a mental image of where he lived, and this was not it. I think Jake, a guy in my class, once said Ethan lived in the trailer park. I guess I believed him. Knocking 3 times on the Wilder family's door. I just wanted to get it over with. The sun was already setting, and I wasn't looking forward to the walk back. Mum disengaged herself from mum duties after 6 p.m, so it was my responsibility to make my own way home. Now, I know I said Ethan was weird, but I wasn't expecting him to answer the door with a strip of duct tape over his mouth. The stench that followed him and clung to him was like a physical entity slamming into me. It was a mixture of rotten food and feces. Ethan's face had grown noticeably thinner, sunken eyes and hollow cheeks, giving him a gaunt, almost skeletal appearance. His clothes were visibly filthy, with his jeans and shirt clinging to a wiry frame like a second skin. It was the lack of spark, of life in his eyes. Two hollowed-out caverns penetrating right through me, that sent me stumbling back, my heart in my throat. Before I could speak, the guy pulled out a roll of duct tape from his pocket and took a stumbled step towards me. Without a word, he even tore off a single strip, and before I could stop him, he plastered it across my mouth. What the fuck? I didn't know what to say or do. Even Wilder was weird, but he wasn't this fucking weird. The moment was surreal and fucking confusing, and I couldn't understand why I wasn't running away. Instead, paralyzed, while he glued it in place. We were two 19-year-old guys, so why did I feel like we were back in kindergarten? I went to tear it off, but he manically shook his head, reaching for his whiteboard. "Hi," Ethan scribbled. "Come in." I said, and then remembered my mouth was taped up. I gestured to his workbooks in my arms, but he ignored them. "Come in," he scribbled. "You look like you could use a drink of water." Smiley face. I tried to tear the tape off again, but Ethan stuck it back in place. "No, Luke," he wrote down, showing the whiteboard in my face. "You can't speak." I could see his lips stretching into a grin through the creases in his gag. He went back to his whiteboard, scribbling another message. I noticed it took him 3 tries to write the word "come" before he gave up and just drew a large arrow pointing inside the house. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to laugh, but laughing felt wrong. I didn't realize how young and stupid I was, or how much I wanted my mother, until I was standing in front of Ethan Wilder, who wrapped his hand around my wrist and yanked me forward. I dropped the books, but he didn't care, pulling me over the threshold and slamming the door. Ethan's grasp was strangely gentle, but I knew if I started tugging away, his nails would start to dig in. I had no choice but to follow him. This guy was a fucking psychopath. To my confusion, the main hallway in the Wilder household was one big mattress. I wasn't expecting it, already stumbling forward. Ethan still had a tight grasp on my wrist, yanking me into the lounge. It was what you would expect. A modern, family-oriented living room with a couch, a coffee table, and a TV pinned to the wall. Looking around, something cold slithered up my throat. I don't think I registered the walls at first. I think my brain skipped over them, maybe on purpose. But once my gaze left the crystal paperweights on the mantelpiece and the family photos, something snapped inside me, like a bungee cord severing, and my gaze was stuck, suddenly, glued to every corner. The walls, I thought dizzily, my thoughts beginning to twitch and contort.
I recognized the markings as writing, but that's where my brain short-circuited. All I could see was writing. So much writing. So many markings scrawled into what had been picture-perfect paintwork. It didn't hit me until I was moving closer that the words were carved and scrawled and scribbled in dripping, intense scarlet. But the more I tried to understand what I was reading, I could feel myself sinking deeper. For a disorienting moment, I forgot my own name, then my mum's name. I forgot why I was there in the first place. And then, after a stumbling step forward that dragged my body towards the walls, phantom fingers twining around my neck, I didn't know who I was. These words were pouring into my head and setting my blood alight, numbing my bones. It felt like my mind was being drained, sucked right through my skull by an invisible vacuum. I remember dropping to my knees, as if in prayer, but I don't know who I was praying to. I could sense it in the air, a suffocating presence forcing me into a bow. It allowed me to lift my head slowly, so I didn't take it in all at once. And, like a puppet, my body obeyed, paralyzed. The writing on the walls, the indistinguishable scribbles splattered in scarlet, were fucking talking to me. I could hear them, static whispers I couldn't understand bleeding into my skull. The same words were written, carved, and scrawled in a language that twisted my gut, igniting thoughts and feelings I couldn't comprehend, already twisting and contorting my expression. Happiness. Joy that wasn't mine, that flooded my brain, tricking me into believing I was feeling pleasure. I was grinning through the duct tape gag, my lips violently stretched across my face until I could taste blood. But then there was despair, pain and anger and pleasure coming together in a cocktail that filled my eyes with tears, my lips parting in a shriek I couldn't swallow. I didn't understand the words, and yet my body did. I had to get out. The thought buzzed in my mind. I had to get out. 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 But then my thoughts were backwards, the words mixing up and together and apart. I couldn't move. I couldn't think or breathe, because my eyes were already reading and rereading each scarlet word. And, like I was in a trance, I crawled forward, my trembling hands itching to touch them. I could sense my sharp breath struggling against my gag, hysterical beads of laughter crawling up my throat. I reached out with trembling hands, pressing the palms of my hands against the writing, carving my fingernails into each indentation. I could feel the urge hit me like a wave of ice water, my own fingers twitching, ready to tear into my skin and imprint myself on these walls. It was the only way I was going to give back, the only way I could pledge myself to these words. Ethan grasped my hand, pulling me to my feet, and my head spun, my identity crashing back into me. Blinking rapidly, I shuffled back, swallowing bouts of barf filling my mouth. It wasn't words that were carved into every wall in Ethan Wilder's living room. It was something else. A language, a
thing that made me want to scream and claw my hair out, rip the flesh from my bones. It made me feel crazy. Reality seeped back into fruition, and I was staring at entrails ingrained into the wall, old red, pooling from each marking. I was Luke. The thought was delayed, already suffocated. 19 years old. I had a mum, and her name was Iris. Ethan pulled me back, and like a doll cut from its strings, I stumbled toward him. I barely felt his hand, still wrapped around my wrist. Sorry, smiley face. I couldn't register what he was writing for a moment, before clarity hit. The stink was worse, hanging stagnant in the air, and I had already clawed into my own arm. A single line of red drawn across my skin. I could barely feel the sting. It felt alien to me, like it wasn't attached to my body. Ethan prodded his board, and his writing contorted into shape. Actual English. That was my parents. They made a mess. I nodded slowly, dazedly. I could still feel it. The sensation of drowning wrapped around me, suffocating my senses. Slimy phantom hands covering my eyes and snaking into my mouth. When Ethan twisted around and skipped upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time, I followed, like something bound us together. I was half aware of my mind screaming at me to run, but the rest of me, polluted thoughts and contorted words, wanted to go further into the wilder house. I started up the staircase, one by one. The walls upstairs were covered in writing too. Get out. Save my baby. God, save my baby. Save my baby. Save my baby. I could see the writer's slow descent into insanity through every warning. When I reached the top, I stepped on something that squelched through my toes. I don't remember taking off my shoes and socks. When my gaze found the floor, I was standing in something writhing, a slimy red substance pooling across the cream carpet. The smell hit me again, putrid and thick, but I could barely register that somehow it was moving, sinking into the flesh of my feet, bleeding into my blood. Part of me wanted to jump back, while this severed puppet version of me was swaying back and forth, while phantom hands tried to pull me back onto my knees. Ethan held up his whiteboard, and I steadied myself. Mum gave birth to my little sister right here. His words twisted in and out of view, blurring together. They became numbers, then letters, then numbers, and then blank. Ethan tugged me down the hallway, and I finally met his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Wilder looked like they might have been normal. Mrs. Wilder was still wearing her wedding ring. Through my foggy vision, all I could see were 2 unmoving, skin-colored figures standing in front of the wall, and in one sudden, jolting movement, they started to writhe,
flailing, like performing an interpretive dance. Ethan's parents were completely naked, their skin rigid and wrinkly. Mrs. Wilder was pulling out her entrails and smearing them across pretty pink paint. Mrs. Wilder's mouth was stretched wide, a grotesque, horrific grin, like she was laughing, but only gasps of breath escaped her lips. Her laughter was silent, fingers carving those exact same words on the downstairs walls. The severed part of me could understand this unearthly, inhuman urge they had to replicate those words, carving and drawing them into every surface, everything that could be drawn on. The bed sheets were covered in nonsensical scribbles, the carpet torn into and shredded, bearing each symbol, which was slowly burning themselves into my entangled brain. The more I looked at them and tried to figure them out, I wanted to copy them until my fingers were bleeding, and then I would use myself. That sudden, poisonous thought was enough to bring me back to reality. Ethan had a tight hold on my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh, choking up the shriek building in my throat. I caught a glimpse of a twisted, unsettling grin that flashed across his face, contorting back to fear and pain. His eyes were hollow and crying out, and then they were empty caverns glittering lunacy I didn't think possible. The guy jumped up and down on his heels. I could see his grin through the tape, growing wider, more and more maniacal. Whatever Ethan Wilder had been fighting, he had lost. "Do you want to see her?" he asked, writing on the whiteboard. Huh. I spoke through the tape, my voice no longer mine. Ethan responded with wide, blinking eyes, jumping up and down like a toddler. His shirt rode up, revealing that twisting, contorted script carved into the flesh of his stomach, even his face. Looking closer, real close, I could see scars where he'd marked himself, slicing each blank letter onto his own skin. Ethan, with barely contained excitement, kept shoving his whiteboard in my face, furiously scribbling with his pen. I managed to take 2 steps back, but by now it felt like I was stuck in quicksand. My legs were trapped, frozen in place. Ethan held up his whiteboard, and every word he scrawled looked and felt physical, like it was skittering across the surface. When my sister was born, the nurse who delivered her ripped out her own eyes. He wrote, before erasing it with his sleeve. Ethan's eyes were frenzied, like he was enjoying himself. The people in black told us she would turn our town mad. Another step back, and I was struggling to breathe. They put her to sleep, and they refused to take her away, because they were scared of her. So they left her with us, sad face. Ethan held up his whiteboard again, hiding behind it. The wall sickness took Mum and Dad. It made them want to wake up my little sister. He erased it quickly and continued scribbling. I was scared of her and what it did to my parents, Luke. I didn't want to get the wall sickness too. Mum and Dad were too loud, and I had to be quiet. Ethan dramatized his words with a finger to his taped-up mouth. He erased that and added, "So, I cut out their voices and stitched them back up. Everything had to be quiet. That's what people said." He tipped his head to the side, and I heard an unmistakable laugh muffle through his tape. Then I started to read the words on the wall, and... His words started to shift and twist together, mimicking the words on the wall. Ethan was giggling through his gag. Then he pushed me through another door. I didn't realize how many doors were in the house. I counted 2 upstairs. But when Ethan was showing me through one at the end of the hallway, I counted 6. There were 6 doors. The room I stumbled into, Ethan by my side, was a nursery. Mrs. Wilder had decorated the room a light purple, pastel colors blending together. I found myself in front of a crib, a tiny bundle of entangled blankets. But there was no baby, only empty space bleeding between the cloth. The more I stared and looked for it, there was nothing. And in the nothing was something, but I couldn't see it. I choked on my own hysterical shriek of laughter. I reached out and touched the blankets, touched the oozing space between the blankets and thin air, and the nothing in between. It was that nothing that snapped something inside me. I was already laughing, already tearing at my face, already being forced to my knees to pray. Ethan finally ripped the tape off his mouth.
"I want you to do it,"
he whispered, his words collapsing into tangled gibberish. I could feel my own tongue already contorting, ancient words dripping from my swollen mouth. But I swallowed them down. Ethan let out a single shriek of laughter.
"I want you to wake Lula up."
I could sense myself already giving in to the walls. The 6 doors that were expanding into 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But then it all let go of me. Slowly, I sensed it, felt it detach from inside my mind. I could think again, breathe again. Ethan was still howling with laughter, dancing in circles, and I was moving back. I was out of the door before it could grab me again, before it could wrap itself around me, suffocate my brain. I ripped the tape off my mouth, and the sting snapped me out of it. I stumbled downstairs and out of the door, back into the late evening sun, shining in my eyes. It was so easy to escape, so easy to turn around and run. So, why didn't I in the first place? I went home, and I went straight to my room. I showered and scrubbed myself until my skin was raw. I kept looking for the blank language on my skin, because it feels like it's part of me. I want to tell my mum about Ethan, but I don't know how to explain what I just saw, what almost fucking consumed me, body and mind. Please, someone tell me what the fuck I just witnessed, because I think I'm going mad. Mum asked me what the markings are on my arm, but the last time I looked, I didn't have any. Now I do. There's a single word carved into my skin, and I can't read it. I can't fucking read it, and it's driving me crazy. It makes me want to write it until I can understand it, until I can comprehend it. I've already scratched it into my dresser, and then on my own walls. But the words, or symbols, still don't look right. Maybe if I try a different angle. Yeah. I'll carve it into my ceiling next. I need to understand them. I don't think Ethan did. I think that's why he ended up like that. Please, help me understand what I saw. I'm fucking terrified. And if you can, also help me understand why there are 2 extra doors in my house.